Asia, with its vast and steady growth, has turned itself into the leader of global economy. Indonesia, with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensive studies and researches are crucial. With our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, officially the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it's academically fulfilling for me.
With dedicated and qualified lecturers from academic and practical background, School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia produce scholars and practitioners that will ready for global challenges. Together, we build the nation for a better world.
This is Indonesia, a land of immeasurable diversity, a land that offers vast opportunities. This is the nexus of hopes and aspirations from across the archipelago.
Bersama, kami berikan kontribusi nyata lewat inovasi, karya cipta, dan pencapaian lain sesuai bidang ilmu. Dari UI, untuk Indonesia yang toleran, unggul, dan bermartabat.
Welcome to Universitas Indonesia. Since our beginnings, Universitas Indonesia has been continually evolving and building upon our achievements. We have become the biggest, best, and leading university in Indonesia and also Asia. Here at Universitas Indonesia, the best and brightest from across the region come to study. From diverse backgrounds, we build an intellectual community that enriches and enhances humanity. For superior generations, Universitas Indonesia provides world-class learning facilities. We implement state-of-the-art technology for research and industrial development. Our campus is accessible to all, also to the disabled. This is our commitment for realizing an inclusive educational environment. Universitas Indonesia is fully supported by environmentally friendly transportation and sustainable energy systems. We take pride in being a green and sustainable campus. Universitas Indonesia partners with relevant stakeholders to facilitate and provide ease of comfort for day-to-day activities for all our academic community. We recognize that each individual is unique, with unique talents and interests. As such, Universitas Indonesia provides opportunities for every individual to develop themselves to their fullest. Universitas Indonesia provides and fully supports students with great facilities and activities so that students are able to develop and grow to become their best. Together, we embrace our diversity to grow the future together. For Indonesia, for the world. Universitas Indonesia. Unity in diversity. Universitas Indonesia. Veritas, Probitas, Justitia.
What brings change to the world? It is not area, nor volume, nor quantity, but the collision of thoughts and integration of wisdom. In communication, we pursue harmony. Through integration, we promote tolerance and understanding. Individual parts form a community. Our community creates synergy. Hence, wisdom inspires wisdom. Thought enlightens thought. "15 universities in Asia join hands to establish a community of innovation and wisdom. And set a new global benchmark in higher education collaboration. Integrate Asian wisdom. Shape a better future. Asian Universities Alliance."
Welcome to Writing Coaching Clinics. This is the first program series of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. For these Writing Coaching Clinics, the two focus groups are arranged according to the major conference area.
I'll be giving a short lecture on academic and research paper publications and the lesson learned. So I'll be talking from my own personal experience.
And my aim here really is to share some of my personal views and experiences with what I consider to be good writing practice, remembering, of course, that there are many personal styles and approaches to academic writing.
This is where you also like to often outline the
example here. So this is, again, the example that I take from the Q1 journal. So as you can see here, they start by mentioning the the general topic.
I would like to say thank you to the organizing committee for inviting me to this coaching event. It's been a very nice experience for me preparing.
So I'm grateful for this opportunity, especially for the past 2 days. I learned a lot on my break room. It's called Strategic and Global Study Group.
We observed the public lecture and the coaching discussions in yesterday till very moment now. All of the sections in yesterday, so I can conclude that the purpose of this event has been accomplished completely.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Now we will have the national anthem of Indonesia.
Okay, so this will be a semi-coaching session. I'll be talking for about 40 minutes or so, and at the same time, in your writing, you would like to avoid those to manuscript paper that you already have. Go on and go on.
You just keep on gathering data forever and still not be satisfied that we've completed. It's the same problem I was mentioning before. Because there is so much information out there.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Petra, for you to insightful answer. About 3 hours together, hopefully the material presented by the knowledge, the vision. All of us, especially all the quality of our paper.
And see you on the second day of Writing Coaching Clinics of 2021 from ICSGS Academic Conference tomorrow. See you and thank you all. In this focus group today, if you need any assistance, feel free to contact me through the chat. We received Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. After these, we are to proceed to lobby and we will have some announcements also for the closing remarks. as well as the attendance link for your reference. So please let me lead you to the lobby, and thank you, and also see you in the next event. We proudly present this program free conference seminar to accommodate the conference participants across universities to have roundtable research sharing discussions. Thank you to the focus groups discussants and audience to join the significant program.
I would like to welcome you all to the pre-conference seminar, the second program series of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. I am Dr. Liniola. I'm really honored to have this opportunity to chair this event.
There is no doubt that the pandemic crisis threatens almost all sectors of the global system.
The process of transitioning from pandemic to endemic, vaccination is necessary condition.
We will be witnessing less development of malls, condominium, everything will be flattened. Do you see any particular difference in the future when we are becoming flat in the society, Professor?
Yeah, it needs, thank you for this marvelous question. The most hurt probably the big capitalists, okay, the investor, the developer.
Now we are forced to manage the pandemic. What should be the main gap of strategies in overcoming for the long-term solution?
Because when we fail for that, the impact will be double of people. Because
Yes.
not only victims due to the disaster itself, but also multiple impact to the pandemic.
Our financial framework in Indonesia is annually filled out by the government, local government.
So actually, we already have several programs in order to help the poor that impact from the pandemic.
My discussion is on the behavioral economics health belief model and institutional quality and exploratory analysis on the predictors of intention to receive the COVID-19 vaccine.
Actually, I will present orally. I won't use any slides over here.
International cooperation in the fight against the pandemic has triggered systematic reflection on the current international health governance.
Enhanced methane capture by metal organic frameworks for atmospheric restoration. So the reason why this is a big problem.
I will talk about today the project we are running at the moment, and I'd like to start with a short video. It is just 1 minute.
So I'm very happy to have this opportunity to share our research findings on this topic.
Now, the long-run coefficient were estimated using full modified OLS estimator. As you can see in the slide,
the topic of presentation have been ranging from energy strategy and then the COVID-19 pandemic in Malaysia.
Anyway, in our session, we're all looking at mainly on the GHG emission of greenhouse gas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim, for leading our plenary session today, and also Prof. Dato Ahmad. And the session has been exceptionally exciting. So thank you to our respected moderators. Thank you everyone for your participation.
Excellencies, honorable guests and participants, welcome to the opening ceremony of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. The School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, collaborates with Asian Universities Alliance, AUA, present this significant academic conference with a grand theme of global strategies for a resilient and sustainable post-pandemic world towards a better future for all. This academic conference is jointly organized by Universitas Indonesia, the University of Tokyo, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, Tumsat, University of Malaya, and UCSI universities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in both Zooms and YouTube streaming, this academic conference is a 2-day consecutive program of plenary discussion forums and parallel presentation by remarkable speakers and significant authors across continents, academics, scientists, practitioners, and policymakers from various specializations related to strategic global and sustainable development studies to share their trans, or multidisciplinary research findings and professional experience. I am Dr. Jeffrey Abdul Razak, your Masters of Ceremony of this event today. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to welcome with honors our Excellencies. Dr. HCIR Haji Soeharto Mono Arfa, Honorable Minister of National Development Planning, Republic of Indonesia. Sri Mulyani Indrawati, SE, MSc, PhD, Honorable Minister of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Professor Ari Kunchoro, SE, MA, PhD, Rector of Universitas Indonesia. Professor Q Yong, President of Asian Universities Alliance. Arthur Subroto, PhD, Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia. Dr. Eva Asjani Zulfa, Vice Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia. Professor Dr. Chandra Wijaya, MCMM, Dean, Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Indonesia. DRG Baiduri Widanarko, MKKK, PhD, Head of International Office, Universitas Indonesia. Professor Ryosuke Shibasake, the University of Tokyo, Japan. Professor Nobuaki Kubo, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, Japan. Professor IR Dr. Kaharudin bin Dimyanti, University of Malaya, Malaysia. Dr. Grace Ng Hui Suan, UCSI University, Malaysia. Dr. Lin Yola, Chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference, SSGS, Universitas Indonesia. And today, we are grateful to have the honorable plenary speakers. Emeritus Professor Stefano Verassi, University of California, Davis, United States of America. Professor Dr. I.R. Riri Fitrisari, UI Green Matrix and SDG, Universitas Indonesia, Indonesia. Professor Neil Collins, Nazarbayev University, Kazakhstan. Guimi Sebastian Peters, PhD, Director in Code of Conduct Bureau, Nigeria. We are pleased to have the respected discussion with us today. Professor Datuk Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim, Fellow of Academy Science Malaysia, UCSI University, Malaysia. Jun J.E. Gande, SA, Region of North Minahasa, Indonesia. And we are also pleased to welcome today's moderator, Professor I.R. Gunawan Cahyono, M.Arch, PhD, Universitas Indonesia, Indonesia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please respectfully direct your attention to the host country, Indonesian National Anthem. Respectfully welcome National Anthems of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, let me again extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you to the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. Now, without further ado, we would like to invite our respected conference chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference, Dr. Lin Yola, for delivering her conference message. Please welcome Dr. Lin.
Thank you, Dr. Jeff. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, honorable guests, respected participants, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon and good morning or evening to some of you in some other countries. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace and prosperity be upon us all. Welcome to the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. I'm Dr. Lin Yola. I'm greatly honored to have this opportunity to chair this event. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, pandemic has brought a real threat to all sectors in our global life. It is clear that we have no choice but to urge the strategic solutions to respond to the pandemic crisis. A firm and extensive adaptations and mitigation agenda are needed to achieve a responsive, holistic actions for ongoing crisis and a pandemic adaptable resilience and the sustainable future world for everyone. Therefore, this year, School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, proudly collaborates with Asian Universities Alliance, AUA, to present its yearly academic conference with the big theme of Global Strategies for a Resilient and Sustainable Post-Pandemic World Towards a Better Future for All. In order to lifting a holistic scientific information and idea on the global and local context of pandemic adaptations and mitigation strategies, the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference welcome remarkable speakers, presenters, and innovative participants range from academics, practitioners, policymakers, and societies worldwide from the various specializations related to strategic and global studies and sustainable development approaches to share their inter-trans multidisciplinary research findings and professional experience. In achieving the firm objective, the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference presents 3 virtual program series: the Writing Coaching Clinics, pre-conference seminar, and the plenary sessions of the academic conference. Ladies and gentlemen, agents of change, we are very proud to be with the presenters and participants from the wide range of vast expertise and cross nations. We are honored to receive 234 paper submissions and 959 participants registered whom will continuously join us on both Zoom and YouTube streaming in this 2 days consecutive event. Really, this is a great international platform for us to celebrate the multidiscipline, intra or transdisciplinary intellectual dialogue to put hands together for a more sustainable and resilient post-pandemic world. Collaboration is the key to bring the strategic solutions to the current global crisis. To distinguish participants from universities, government institutions, and private sectors, we for sure wish that our meeting in this event could be a start point of a great collaborations. I would like to close this message with a round gratitude for everyone and institutions who has made this event possible. To President of AUA, whom with his team contributes the full support to this academic conference. All 17 leading Asian university collaborators, our rector, director, who keeps their commitment to initiate and support the knowledge sharing and innovations. To our co-hosts, the University of Tokyo, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, Japan, University of Malaya, and UCSI University that closely working with us since early of this year. The technical committee, honorable speakers, discussants, moderators, professors, staff, students, and of course, my fellow organizing IC committee. The accomplished success of this joint international academic conference, it is all yours. Likewise, other 2 past program series, I sincerely hope that you will enjoy these 2 days of dialogue and networking with the fruitful insights from this academic conference. And of course, we look forward to continuing this journey with you all and meeting you again in our next international event next year. I thank you and happy conferencing. Very good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Jeff.
Thank you, Dr. Lin Yola, for her notable welcoming message. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda for ceremony of 2021 AUA, to that, we proudly bring to you Professor Ari
Indonesia, which in this event, represented by the School of Strategy and Global Study, is proud to host the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference of Global Strategy for a Resilient and Sustainable Post-Pandemic World Toward a Better Future for All. This academic conference called participation from academics, policymakers, and from multiple backgrounds related to strategic and global studies and sustainable development approach to share the research finding experiences in strategizing and adaptation dynamic. Universitas Indonesia is pleased to work with ASEAN University Alliance to host its yearly academic conference to welcome more significant collaboration with ASEAN leading universities. Moreover, this event also welcomes academic and research sharing from academia, government, and industry worldwide face the academic crisis. Precisely, Universitas Indonesia is with the AUA to achieve its mission to address regional and global challenges, specifically related to higher education and economic, scientific, and technological development through increased educational and research and exchange. Our high appreciation to all co-host universities to warmly working with us throughout the program. The University of Tokyo, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, University of Malaya, and UCSI University. To all speakers, your insightful sharing is part of the success of this event. To presenters and audiences, we hope that this event presents significant value to all of you. To all collaborators, we hope that our great work leads us to a better collaboration in the future. Last but not least, this event is presented for a significant academic impact and contribution to a better post-academic world. Enjoy these 2 days academic conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Ari Kunchoro, for the remarkable welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda for today's meeting of opening ceremony of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference will be proceeded into launching ceremony. We proudly bring to you Professor Kyu Yong, President of Asian University Alliance, to convey for his opening remarks and at the same time to officiate this academic conference. Please welcome.
Rector Ari Kunchoro, distinguished guests and scholars, on behalf of the Asian Universities Alliance and Tsinghua University, I'm delighted to welcome you to the 2021 AUA Academic Conference on Global Strategies for Resilient and Sustainable Post-Pandemic World Towards a Better Future. The COVID-19 pandemic has been one of the most urgent and serious challenges that we ever faced over the past century, and it may continue to be a big threat to us for an indefinite period of time. AUA organized a series of programs that helped each other share their knowledge and experience in fighting against the pandemic. For example, in March 2020, AUA organized an online forum entitled Universities Combating COVID-19, with 15 universities from all around the world taking part in the online discussion. The difficulties caused by the pandemic was unprecedented. However, I'm very thankful that the unity and the courage demonstrated by AUA's member universities during the pandemic were also unprecedented. Today, the world is very different from the time a year ago when we were attacked by the COVID-19 virus. With the joint efforts of the people all over the world, our fight against the pandemic enters a new phase, where we gradually shift our priority from taking emergency measures to building a more resilient and sustainable society. What will make us resilient and strong in the face of wave after wave of the pandemic? What are the potential effective ways to boost economy and society? How do we achieve sustainable development in the post-pandemic era? These are the questions that we will face in the long run. Universitas Indonesia, who held the AUA executive presidency in 2018, has played an active role in promoting the idea of sustainability. UI successfully held several AUA programs focusing on the Sustainable Development Goals adopted by the United Nations. Here, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my thanks to Professor Ari Concoro and the UI team he led for their efforts in hosting the conference. Over the past few years, Tsinghua University has also been proactively promoting SDGs through a series of research and education programs. In 2017, Tsinghua officially established the Institute for Sustainable Development Goals as SDSN China Hub. Tsinghua SDG Institute has made substantial progress in SDGs-related research, such as the Belt and Road Initiative and the SDGs. SDSN's Sustainable Development Report and university commitment to the SDGs. The Institute has also made every effort to integrate the SDGs into policy and promoting international exchange and cooperation. During the 110th anniversary of Tsinghua this April, we hosted the Global Forum of University Presidents 2021 and formed the Tsinghua Consensus, which advocates universities to undertake greater social responsibility by becoming more open, more integrative, and more resilient. I believe these principles also apply to our global strategies in post-pandemic world. The theme of today's conference covers a vast range of topics that address the sustainable development of the post-pandemic era. It also provides a good opportunity for interdisciplinary dialogue and exchange, and we work to build a resilient and sustainable world. Multidisciplinary interplays and synergies can generate new strengths and provide innovative solutions to multifaceted challenges. Therefore, I very much look forward to the creative ideas presented by scholars from different backgrounds at the conference. Finally, I wish the conference a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kieu Yong. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next important agenda of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference keynote session has come to the turn. Before we proceed further, let me introduce our distinguished keynote speaker from Ministry of National Development Planning, Republic of Indonesia. Dr. HCIR Haji Suharto Mono Arfa was appointed as the Minister of National Development Planning of Republic of Indonesia on October 23, 2019 as part of the Onward Indonesia Cabinet under President Joko Widodo administration. Today, Honorable Minister Bapak Suharto Mono Arfa will deliver his keynote speech with the title of National Development and Global Crisis, the Country Priority. Now, without further ado, we would like to invite our Honorable keynote speaker, Bapak Suharto Mono Arfa, to deliver for his keynote speech. Please welcome.
His Excellency, President of the Asian Universities Alliance, Mr. Kieu Yong, His Excellency, Chancellor of the University of Indonesia, Professor Ari Concoro, Her Excellency, Finance Minister, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, His Excellency, Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Mr. Nadiem Anwar Karim, Her Excellency, Conference Chairman, Dr. Lin Yola, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is a great pleasure for me to join this forum with all of you here during this difficult time. I hope that all of you and your family are in good health. My prayers are with those who have been impacted by the COVID-19 and the frontline workers who have made unimaginable sacrifice to keep us safe. Allow me to extend my gratitude for being invited to speak at this academic conference regarding national development and global crisis, the country's priority. And I would like to congratulate the School of Strategic and Global Studies, University of Indonesia, for successfully organizing this event in 2021, the Asian University Alliance and International Conference on Strategic and Global Studies Academic Conference. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, within a short period of time, COVID-19 has evolved in a global pandemic. Up until this day, the world has recorded over 238 million cases, with over 4.9 million deaths recorded and affected the lives and livelihood of millions of people around the world. The pandemic has severely impacted the world's economy. An unprecedented output collapse occurred in the first half of 2020 and remained weak for an extended period. Global output shrank in all economies throughout 2020 and followed by a slow recovery. The world's economy plunged into the biggest recession since the Great Depression in 1929. At the beginning of the pandemic, global financial market experienced a highest volatility since the global financial crisis prompted sharp correction in stock market. The COVID-19 pandemic also has resulted in a collapse of global economic activity, reflected in the sharp decline in Baltic Dry Index and global manufacturing and services PMI. Commodity prices declined sharply, but afterward rising dramatically and potentially triggered a commodity super cycle that could spur global inflation. Some kinds of development came to a near halt. Global tourism fell 74% year-on-year in 2020, according to the World Tourism Organization. McKinsey predicts a quarter of business trips could disappear forever as meetings move online. Vacation and mass events like festivals and concerts called off. The trend among consumers to favor experience over goods have been disrupted. Pandemic COVID-19 has erased development progress in the past years. Global extreme poverty is rising to the first time in over 20 years. The World Bank estimated that the pandemic and recession may cause the 1.4% of the world's population to fall into extreme poverty. In addition, with some sectors such as tourism and airlines facing long-term change, many jobs may be lost forever, raising the prospect of longer-term economic scaring. Government all over the world also unveiled new emergency programs. Quantitative easing went into overdrive, and central bank hoovered up huge swathes of government bonds, just as treasuries started issuing more debt to fund their fiscal response to the crisis. Hence, the unprecedented spending by governments to cushion the economy pushed up public borrowing throughout the world. For some countries, debt level are now at the highest in decades. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this pandemic not only affects global economy, but it also has significant impact on Indonesia's economy. In 2020, Indonesia's economy had the first annual contraction since the Asian financial crisis in 1998. Seeing a collapse on government had dragged mobility to the lowest level. As in consumption, reliant economy, retail sales have taken a knock amid the pandemic, while manufacturing continued to contract in line with the decline in the purchasing mandates index throughout 2020. Besides that, Indonesia has lost upper middle income status amid pandemics. In the end of 2019, Indonesia has successfully graduated from lower up to upper middle income status last year with gross national income, GNI per capita of $4,050. However, because of the pandemic, Indonesia has returned to being a lower middle income country with a gross national income per capita $3,870. Business are among the most affected by the pandemic. Various surveys show that over 80% of business face a drastic fall in earnings since the pandemic. Micro, small, and medium enterprises are the most severely impacted, with an average of 50% drop in earnings. Business face difficulties in their cash flow and in repaying loans. Many are also forced to lay off their employees. Based on the survey by the World Bank also found that 9% of business have declared bankruptcy. COVID-19 has also impacted to the achievement of quality economic growth in 2020. Due to many people experience income loss, people's purchasing power decreased. Poverty rate has risen back into double digit around 10.2%. The open unemployment has also risen significantly by 2.7 million compared to same period in 2019. Moreover, COVID-19 induced social and environmental risks. One of the social risks that may escalate is related to the malnutrition as well as constraint on essential health services. Furthermore, learning from home face many obstacles as the disparity in education and infrastructure among regions. In the environmental aspect, COVID-19 triggered into increase in hazardous and toxic materials, B3, waste and enhancement in medical equipment waste. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the impact of this pandemic are unprecedented, and the government of Indonesia has conducted extraordinary measures through major fiscal deficit and even partially financed the stimulus through debt monetization, a measure that is considered unorthodox and is even feared upon. For all this effort, some economic indicators show signs of improvement since early 2021. Indonesia economic growth is 7.07 in the second quarter of 2021, and the level of GDP has returned to the pre-pandemic level. Compared to several peer countries such as Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, Mexico, and India, which have not yet reached pandemic levels, Indonesia is better in terms of the recovery process. Several economic indicators have improved, such as the purchasing manager index, manufacturing sector which hit the highest record at 55.3 in May. However, the recovery process hampered by the spread of the new COVID-19 variant. Indonesia surpassed India's daily COVID-19 case numbers in mid-July, marked as a new Asian virus epicenter as the spread of the highly contagious Delta variant drives up infection in Southeast Asia's largest economy. Hence, the government imposed its strictest set of movement limits on the most populated island of Java and tourist destination Bali to curb the spread of the virus. PPKM emergency Java, Bali, and PPKM leveling policies greatly affect to the community mobility. Increasing the condition of COVID-19 cases had a significant impact on the weakening of several monthly indicators throughout June, August. Several monthly indicators which impacted were as well as follows. Foreign tourist arrival in June to August decreased compared to May 2021, influenced by travel restriction to Indonesia by several countries due to increase in case occurring in Indonesia. Indonesia's PMI manufacturing index slow until 43.7 in August 2021. This was triggered by spike in cases and implementation of the PPKM emergency Java Bali throughout July. Demand both from domestic and other countries has decreased significantly due to massive spread of COVID-19 in Indonesia. Household consumption recovery is lower than estimation. Retail sales in June and July were recorded lower than May. The decline in retail sales was influenced by the Java Bali emergency PPKM. Meanwhile, in August, retail sales began to increase. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to respond to this condition, the first priority is to prioritize health spending by improving daily vaccination process and targeted support for affected households and firms through pen distribution to the public. Indonesia vaccination process, which was hampered by PPKM, has pulled up again, even reaching 1 million doses per day since August. On average, Indonesia daily vaccination in August and September each reached close to 990,000 and 1.3 million per day. In terms of doses, as much as 47.93% of Indonesian citizens has received dose 1 and 27.48% had received dose 2. Meanwhile, in terms of receiving group, health workers and public officers have exceeded the target recipients for dose 1 and dose 2. Based on economic development stage, government effort to accelerate vaccination process and the distribution of pen have had positive effect on the decline in daily COVID-19 cases. Pen program realization has reached more than 50% of total budget, 744 trillion rupees. Alhamdulillah, with all effort that we have done, several indicators have shown improvement as follows. Indonesia's PMI manufacturing Indonesia in September was 52.5. is back again, experiencing expansion compared to previous month. In addition, the PPKM relaxation in several provinces in Indonesia had a good impact on manufacturing performance. However, the health protocols must still be maintained in industrial sector that has been open to prevent further increase in daily cases of COVID-19. Mandiri Spending Index shows sign of recovery in public spending. Recovery progress occurred in all income groups, especially in the middle income group, who were quite resilient during PPKM emergency, which was implemented in early July 2021. Signs of recovery in spending amid decline in COVID-19 cases indicate that efforts to reduce the rate transmission of COVID-19 can be carried out in conjunction with effort to recover the economy. However, to maintain this momentum, measurable policies and consistent implementation of health protocols are needed. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the fast and abrupt rise of online learning and the stretch of health services capacity during COVID-19 may affect future human capital quality. Indonesia's business score, which is already relatively low, is expected to decline again further due to COVID-19. Indonesian students are estimated to have lost 11 score points of the OECD's program for international student assessment, PISA. Pandemic COVID-19 has also caused labor shifting to lower productivity sectors, with 2.78 million labor shift to agricultural sectors. Therefore, the next priority for recovery path on 2022 is to address long-term impact of COVID-19 and for structural reform to seize the opportunity to grow better. The policy direction does not only bring the economy back to its pre-crisis condition, but to a better condition than before the crisis. Government policies are directed at overcoming economic challenges such as stagnant economic growth, declining productivity, deindustrialization, export of low value-added manufactured products through economic transformation. In addition, the economic transformation strategy are also expected to incorporate changes in post-pandemic global trends, especially as in a post-pandemic world, the rate of automation will be faster. The use of robots in industrial production has increased almost fourfold over the past 10 years. COVID-19 makes labor costs higher than capital, which could further accelerate automation. It is estimated that around 17 million workers in Indonesia are at risk of being replaced by 2030 due to automation. The telework trend will also increase. The percentage of workers who work from home will increase compared to before the pandemic. The global value chain is also predicted to change. Low wage are no longer a major consideration. Instead, the ability to use technology becomes more important in the value chains. In addition, the increase in environmental and social awareness makes investors more appreciative of companies with high eco-social standards. Furthermore, the role of artificial intelligence and big data will be even more crucial in the future. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the economic transformation is expected to be able to contribute to the achievement of the medium-long-term goal to escape from middle income before 2045 by increasing Indonesia's productivity. Therefore, Transforming the Indonesian economy is to improve the economic trajectory in the medium long term. Indonesia inclusive and sustainable economic transformation has 6 main strategies, namely competitive human resources, productivity of economic sectors, green economy, digital transformation, innovation of the domestic economy, and the renovation of national capital. These 6 strategies are designed to achieve Indonesia goals in Vision 2045 and with the SDGs as main instrument to achieve inclusive and sustainable growth. Furthermore, SDGs will play a key role to build forward better along with changing situation and civilization in post-COVID-19 era. To conclude, Indonesia priorities nowadays is to escape the crisis, to secure the recovery, to grow better, and to put foundation to economic transformation. Therefore, it needs the synergy and support from all parties, including from academics. With the abundance and talented resources, I'm optimistic that we can overcome these difficult times and recover strong. Let me now end my opening remarks with an expression of conference that discussion on 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference will certainly be grateful for each party and enhance our knowledge in the context of sustainable development. I do thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om. Sehat selalu.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Bapak Suharso Mono Arfa, for the notable speech. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next distinguished Honorable keynote speaker from Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Due to Minister Presidential duty in this very same schedule, the speech of Honorable Minister Sri Mulyani is going to be delivered by Dr. Suminto, Assistant Finance Minister for Financial Service and Capital Market, Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Before we proceed further, let me introduce our distinguished keynote speaker from Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Dr. Suminto is an Assistant Finance Minister for Financial Sector Policy and acting as Secretary of Financial System Stability Committee. Prior to his recent position, he experienced as Assistant Finance Minister for Macroeconomy and International Finance, as well as Assistant Finance Minister for Government Expenditure. He acted as G20 Finance Deputy from 2019 until 2021, Executive Director of Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, representing Constituency 11 and IFAD Governor of Indonesia. He sits at board in some agencies, including Indonesia Exim Bank and National Social Security Council. He holds a PhD degree in Economic Development from Ritsumeikan Asia Pacific University, Japan. In the context of this event, Dr. Suminto will deliver his keynote speech entitled Indonesia Economic Prospect, Boosting the Pandemic Recovery. Now, without further ado, we would like to invite our honorable keynote speaker, Dr. Suminto, to deliver for his keynote speech. Please welcome.
Terima kasih, Pak Jeffrey. His Excellency Minister of National Development Planning, His Excellency Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, His Excellency President of Asian Universities Alliance, His Excellency Rector of Universitas Indonesia, Director of Sekolah Kajian Strategik and Global Universitas Indonesia, distinguished conference chairman, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of Minister Sri Mulyani Indrawati, let me express my sincere thanks to Sekolah Kajian Strategik and Global and Asian Universities Alliance for inviting Ministry of Finance to these valuable occasions. I would like to take this opportunity to provide you our recent economic development as well as several important reforms that we have taken and which are in the pipeline. The momentum for global and domestic economic recovery has continued. Many indicators are showing positive performance, signaling optimism for global economic recovery. Global manufacturing activity continue the strong expansion. Also, commodity prices soar as a signal that demand for production activities is increasing. Aligned with high vaccination rate, boost confidence in reopening the economies. However, global risk and uncertainties remain open and have to be anticipated. The development of global daily cases is still the big challenge, as experiences the new surge in infected cases to a new variant of COVID-19. The uneven economic recovery and rising inflation in developed countries also been the risk that caused a shock in the economy, especially for emerging market countries. Until the middle of 2021, Indonesia economic recovery was getting stronger. However, the pace of economic recovery was halted at the beginning of the third quarter as the impact of the social restriction policy in response to upward trend in COVID-19 cases. Entering the month of August, the Indonesian economy began to recover in both consumption and production activities. Economic activities started to increase gradually in September, in line with the decreasing trend of daily cases of COVID-19 and easing of mobility restriction. The government expects a stronger recovery this year and going forward. As the economic activity gradually improved, public consumption increased, and the production performance quite resilient, the government expects Indonesian economy to be able to grow at 4% year-on-year in 2021. This momentum must be maintained. Controlling COVID-19 must be constantly strengthened with disciplined health protocol, accelerated vaccination, and adequate health facilities improvement. The economic recovery as a key to strengthen the foundation for strong. The economic recovery is a key to strengthen the foundation for strong and sustainable economy to achieve medium-term growth target. For achieving a higher growth in the medium term, government has to maintain the growth momentum and promote growth engines such as consumption, investments, exports, and production sector. The structural reforms have to be accelerated for improving productivity by implementing the job creation law establishing a sovereign wealth fund, implementing a risk-based online single submission system, among others. In line with it, the fiscal reforms is also important for priority areas development, such as health, education, social protection, infrastructure, and digitalization. Flexible fiscal policy supports pandemic handling and recovery to pave a way towards economic transformation is very critical. The flexibility is reflected from changes on fiscal deficit dynamic, the changes following the pandemic development. Since the beginning of spreading COVID-19 in 2020, the government has run the extraordinary policy as an immediate response to the COVID-19 for protecting people and supporting businesses. Now the government focuses on pandemic handling and economic recovery policy, including the vaccination and health measures, social protection, and fiscal stimulus for economy. The government will also strengthen a holistic reform on fiscal policy to manage the deficit back at 3% level of GDP in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has generated momentum and awareness to encourage digital transformation. The pandemic also emphasized the importance of innovations to stay productive amidst limited physical mobility and the importance of using ICT to maintain productivity in daily work activities. Public service and business activities can be carried out and provided online, ranging from accessing public services, shopping for daily necessities, health services, education, and entertainment. Information technology has been supported. Information technology has supported even those who are vulnerable due to COVID-19 pandemic to be able to get acquainted with various digital applications and making things become easier in everyday life. With the population of more than 270 million people, Indonesia has its economic potential for financial application providers. Naturally, the economic activities of its people support economic growth. However, at the same time, the danger lurks. It is apparent that data security is essential, while digital criminals are trying to find loopholes to use data for illegal purposes without the individual consent. With a large population and increasing penetration and a giant application service users, data security is vital for the country. Breaching individual data eventually occur regularly, even before the era of information technology. It is important to ensure a comprehensive mechanism to protect the personal data in transaction on digital platforms. In order to protect data used in electronic activities, the government of Indonesia has enacted Law on Electronic Information and Transaction Law. The law ensures the confidentiality and safeguarding of data, and this becomes the emerging standard in the digital era. Moreover, to support the global standard, Indonesia has committed to support the automatic exchange of information initiative. Some important points in the law includes data protections, electronic signature, and confirmation of information and or electronic document as a valid legal evidence. Digitalization must also be balanced with financial and digital literacy, especially for vulnerable groups such as the elderly and the people with disabilities who may find it is difficult to conduct digital financial transactions via smartphones or computers. Financial and digital literacy is mandatory to do digital transactions. This literacy comprises knowledge, skills, and attitudes to use technology to perform digital transactions. To enhance financial and digital literacy, the government of Indonesia has conducted many financial and digital education programs, such as a campaign of Gerakan Nasional Non-Tunai. Increasing digital literacy will affect the level of financial inclusion, in which financial inclusion opens up the opportunities for people to do economic activities. This will encourage economic growth, and we do hope that no one will be behind due to the economic growth that occurs. That's why it is important for us to improve digital literacy through the ability of individual to access, understand, create, communicate, and evaluate the information through digital technology, and reducing gaps in accessing information through digital technology, especially for vulnerable groups who living in poverty line, rural areas, and with disabilities. In Indonesia, both the government and private sectors use digital technology to improve their operation. The government, for example, has introduced online retail, government bond distribution, non-cash distribution of social assistance, and online tax reporting and payment. Currently, almost all payments are for government assistance, social assistance, and subsidies transferred directly to beneficiary accounts or electronic money. Channeling funds through digital technology can decrease the potential misuse of funds. From this transformation, it will increase accountability, people access to the financial sector, and thereby increasing the level of financial inclusion. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me now turn to our climate change policy agenda. This is one of important reform agenda of the country. The government of Indonesia has been committed to combating climate change, reducing emissions by 29% with its own efforts, and 41% with international support by 2030. This Indonesia nationally determined contributions has been committed under the Paris Agreement. In the last 10 years, the government of Indonesia has produced several policies on climate change, among others, established National Action Plan, both on climate change mitigation and adaptation, increased transparency and reform climate policy. Since 2016, the Ministry of Finance has implemented climate budget tagging to track and identify spending on climate, in which climate budget tagging is now expanded to some regional governments. Then the government has also launched National Action Plan on Sustainable Development Goals, which also contains climate change goal in 2017. The government has also integrated climate change into a priority agenda in its national midterm development plan, particularly in improving disaster and climate resilience. To achieve the Indonesia nationally determined contribution target, the state budget can only cover 34% of the total climate financing needs. Of 3,461 trillion rupiah, or around 166 trillion rupiah per year, projected by the second biennial update report. Of in the past 5 years, the average climate spending was 89.6 trillion rupiah per year, or 4.1% allocated from state budget per year. In 2020, the climate spending was lower due to budget reallocation and refocusing policies in handling the pandemic. The government has also using several instruments to attract financing from both domestic and international resources. From the domestic side, there are several public financing schemes aiming to mobilize private and international participation through the issuance of green bonds and other instruments as managed by Indonesia Environment Fund, SDG Indonesia One, and Indonesia Climate Change Trust Fund. From private sector, we also target private investment, sustainable finance from banking and other financial sectors, and philanthropy, and encourage them to participate in green projects. From the international side, the financing also comes from both public and private sources, among others, Green Climate Fund, Global Environment Facility, Adaptation Fund, bond investors, equity funds, pension funds, and philanthropy. They participate in various financing schemes and instruments. Indonesia is now in the process of preparing the regulation for implementation of carbon pricing. It will provide guidance to set up a domestic policy and institutional framework for carbon pricing. We believe that proper carbon pricing framework increase economic opportunities for the private sector to support our climate target in scaling up reduction activities towards a greener and more sustainable growth. Just recently, we have introduced carbon tax on our law on tax policy harmonization. The carbon tax is part of the tax reform to promote a fair, healthy, effective, and accountable taxation system. It is imposed on emissions resulting from economic production by applying polluters pay principles. That means the greater the emissions produced, the greater the cost that must be incurred by those who produce emissions. Carbon tax is also a signal for business actors to start preparing for sustainable development and encourage green investment. The implementation of the carbon tax will be in stages according to a roadmap being prepared, considering the economic conditions and in line with the development of carbon markets. Both the carbon tax and carbon markets implementation will also be structured to support our energy transition mechanism program that we are currently preparing in collaboration with the Asian Development Bank, in which we will launch it next week in Glasgow in the COP26 event. Those two instruments are expected to be able to create an enabling environment to encourage our power producers to phase out coal-fired power plants earlier and shift to clean or renewable energy. The roadmap begins with the completion of various technical regulations and carbon trading trials in the power generation sector in 2021, followed by the implementation of a carbon tax with a limited cap and a tax scheme on power plants that use coal. Then will be continued onward with a gradual expansion of the sector that is subject to carbon taxes in accordance with the readiness of the sector and the full implementation of carbon trading through the carbon exchange. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, lastly, I would like to update you on the Indonesia G20 presidency next year, in which next year Indonesia will hold the G20 presidency role. Indonesia takes Recover Together, Recover Stronger as the Indonesia G20 presidency themes next year. The ambition will be translated into several strategic pillars as the foundation to set up the agenda of the presidency including promoting productivity, increasing resilience and stability, and ensuring sustainable and inclusive growth. This should be supported by strong collective global leadership, as well as enabling environment and partnership. Aside the legacy agenda which is being discussed under the G20, the finance track of the Indonesian presidency will focus on some flagship agenda, including exit strategy to support recovery, addressing scaring effect from the pandemic to secure future growth, payment system reform in the digital era, sustainable finance, financial inclusion, and international taxation reform. The Indonesia G20 presidency urged G20 commitment to enhance the policy coordination and communication as a priority for policymakers in advanced economies, emerging markets, and less developed in securing a stable exit from the current pandemic. Despite positive trend and signal of economic growth, the world still faces uneven recovery. Some advanced economies have moved towards normalizing policy. The adjustment of their monetary policy, along with the withdrawal of fiscal stimulus, will shape the global economy, including cross-border capital flows. In this respect, the coordinated and harmonized policy among countries is very much critical. This change in policy direction will have profound implications for global financial stability, as well as affect global economic recovery. A systematic analytical framework with indicators and guidance is needed to understand the macro financial external linkages and guidance, including the spillover and spillback effect of exit policy, and to ensure a well-calibrated, well-planned, and well-communicated exit strategy is very much needed to support equitable recovery in the economy and the financial sector. On the sustainable finance and climate-related agenda, the Indonesia G20 presidency will continue the discussion to mobilize and leverage international cooperation in addressing the affordability of financing, technology, and know-how which are needed to support the developing and least developed countries in fostering a just and affordable transition. In closing, I would like to assure you that we take benefit of the pandemic to accelerate our reform agenda, despite still alert to the potential mutation of the virus. Our reform policy is basically aiming at improving business climate, creating jobs, and streamlining bureaucracy. The formation of Indonesia Sovereign Wealth Fund and implementation of risk-based online single submission system are among important initiatives. Let me continue to push forward reforms in various areas, including fiscal policy. So, thank you very much, and have a nice and productive conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Suminto, for the remarkable speech. Before we begin for our next agenda, ladies and gentlemen, let us present to you the conference video of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. Please welcome. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to begin the plenary forum session featuring 4 invited speakers. This session will be led by our respected moderator, Professor I.R. Gunawan Cahyono, MArch, PhD. Before we begin, allow me to introduce you our moderator of a plenary forum. Gunawan Cahyono is Professor of Architecture, Faculty of Engineering at the University of Indonesia in Jakarta. He is also a member of the editorial board of Traditional Dwellings and Settlement Review and Journal of Southeast Asian Architects. Professor Gunawan Cahyono received his Bachelor of Science of Architecture from the University of Indonesia, Jakarta in 1975, and Master Science of Architecture from University of California at Los Angeles. He achieved a PhD in UC Berkeley. His research interests focus on urban planning, architectural heritage, and teaching methods for architecture. We are very much honored to have him as today's moderator. With highest respect, let me pass this event to Professor Gunawan Cahyono. Please welcome, Prof.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Razak, for this very generous introduction about me. I'm not that fortunate as all of you here. My distinguished participants and honorable speakers and discussants, it's a great honor to be here with all of you. After we listen to 2 distinguished keynote speakers which portray how COVID affects us. Now, it's a kind of, we will listen to 4 distinguished speakers again, but this time we pay attention to a very small communities, indigenous people, to look at new hopes, possibly not business as usual anymore. Okay, let me introduce the first speakers today. It's Professor Stefano Barresi. Sorry if I pronounce your name wrong. He's a Professor Emeritus and anthropologist in social, political, and cultural factors. Specialized in indigenous people, which we will listen about his speech. And I think for further information about him, you can search in Google, actually. Everything now is the smartest professor in the world is Google now, Professor Google. So he will talk about American indigenous ethical cosmologies and the future of the commons, strategies and resiliency in the post-pandemic world. Please welcome Professor Barresi. You have 10 minutes, Professor.
Thank you very much. I want to say that it is an honor and a privilege to address this international audience within the frame of the 2021 Asian University Alliance Academic Conference on Global Strategy, in conjunction with the 5th International Conference on Strategic and Global Studies convened by the Universitas Indonesia. I'm especially honored to have been invited by Chair Dr. Lin Yola and my good old friend, not old in age, old in time of friendship, and colleague Dr. Bayu Cristianto, who earned his PhD in our Native American Studies Department at the University of California, Davis. It is a meeting, although virtual, of all the new friends in our common academic and intellectual path. I have 3 stories to tell you, but I probably, because of reason of time, I probably reduce it to 1. And these are stories of my witnessing the resilience and the resistance of indigenous people of a certain area of Latin America, the Amazon, the Western Amazon, where I practiced my anthropology many, many years ago, I became an anthropologist under the teaching of one of the indigenous group of this area, the Ashaninka. They taught me how to be aware of life in the universe, life in the world, how to be aware of the profound knowledge that we can acquire by paying attention in silence to the voices of nature, the voices of the world. So I will bring my witnessing of resilience and resistance by indigenous people by telling few stories that I learned. So I will focus my talk on the Western Andean Amazonian region of South America, which constitute an area of extreme bioethnic diversity, geographical complexity, and a complex history, resilience, and adaptive social biological reconfiguration in what we now can call modernity. I'll skip the first story, which is kind of a sad story because took place during the late 1967. I witnessed the story. Was a bombing by the Air Force of Peru of a tribe, of a group of people. But the story has a happy ending because after having been bombed and having been invaded in their territory, the Matses, these people of the Peruvian Amazon, were able to recover almost 500,000 of hectares of primary forest, where they are now living and developing and becoming more and more autonomous in their development, adapting themselves to modernity in a very intelligent way, without refusing, without abandoning their own knowledge, their own tradition, but adapting the traditional knowledge to modernity. That is the first story. Finally, I'll skip the second story because it's a little bit more tragic, and I go to the third story. This is the case of the Quichuaruna of Sarayaku, the people of Sarayaku. Sarayaku is a Quechua word, an indigenous language spoken in Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, and it means the river of corn, the river of maize. Sarayaku is located on the Bobonasa River in Ecuador, in the Amazon region. In 1996, the Ecuadorian government imposed an oil concession or a series of blocks of oil concession in the Sarayaku territory without permission of the 1,200 people living in that area. The Sarayaku people learned that their land had been open to oil exploration when the helicopters arrived accompanied by men with guns. The resistance and organization of the people of Sarayaku started immediately. Initially, some of the younger members of the community thought that armed resistance could have been the answer to this neo-colonial invasion. The example of the long ongoing guerrilla warfare in Colombia to the north and the disastrous, tragic case of the civil war in Peru were enough to discourage the community from following that route, fortunately. With the traditional wisdom, deep spirituality, and practical knowledge, the people of Sarayaku managed to beat back oil drilling plans on their territory, expel the foreign and national oil companies, and demand the government of Ecuador for illegally licensing an oil company for doing exploration in indigenous territory without the community informed consent. With the support of the United Nations, ILO Covenant 9169, ratified by the government of Ecuador, the new constitution of Ecuador, and a massive social movement of indigenous people organization in Ecuador and the civil society, In April 2012, the government of Ecuador acknowledged responsibility for illegally licensing an oil company to do business in Indian territory. In July 2012, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights ruled that the government must consult with the indigenous community prior to such enterprises and pay for physical and moral damage to the community. This victory results from the effort of the people of Sarayaco to build a network of national and international allies and to employ international human rights instruments in their defense. They have used media to promote the struggle across the globe and have never succumbed to intimidation, political pressure, or fatigue. The Inter-American Court of Human Rights verdict is a major step forward in the safeguarding of indigenous rights, particularly the right to free, prior, and informed consent in development decisions that affect their territory, and sets a precedent for cases around the world in which the indigenous people struggle to defend their territory and right. As of today, in October 2021, the 1,500 members of this indigenous community of Sarayaco have survived 20 months of COVID-19 pandemic without a single death and very few infected people. They attribute their success to the strict application of native medicinal plants as preventive and healing medicine, and a conservative policy about external visitors and their traditional way of producing and consuming their own food without relying on industrialized agricultural products. They also never received any external governmental help, and nevertheless, they were able to manage the terrible pandemic that has affected all the rest of the world. So some lesson learned. It seemed that in three of the story, I only mentioned one, basically, of the story that I mentioned, the relative success of the Amazonian indigenous community in defending their autonomy and their territory is linked to their ability to mobilize external solidarity around the use of national and international legal instruments as effective shields of protection of their rights. What is less obvious to external observers is the fact that the strength of their argument is derived from their bioethical position as people that have not been seduced yet by materialism and the mirage of commoditization of the world. It is this positioning of the Amazonian indigenous people in the world universe, cosmos, what I would like to discuss in the next few minutes. I call this...
You have very short time. Can you summarize?
Pardon me?
Can you summarize it? Because
yes,
we are out of time.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, that's perfect. Let me summarize. I think that the secret of the success of indigenous, some, if not most of the indigenous people of the Amazon in this area is to pay attention to their own ethical, cosmological ethics. That is to say, pay attention to the fact that their perception and conception of the life in the world is based on the principle that all entities, visible and invisible in the universe, are relatives and have to be treated with the principle of reciprocity and the principle used to deal with relatives, with friends, with members of the same family. That explains why the extreme success in using medicinal plants naturally found in the forest by the Sarayaco people in combat crisis, terrible crisis like the COVID-19. So my basic argument is that I have been witnessing for the last 50, 60 years, I am in my 80s, early 80s, but still 80s, I have been witnessing success stories of indigenous people of the Amazon, Mesoamerica, and even North America that are due to their positioning themselves ethically in the cosmos, in the universe, taking a position of solidarity with the rest of the entity, the people, the cosmos, minerals, soil, water, air, stars, moon, sun. That is basically the reason why I believe that we can learn from this population, these people, the secret of our restore harmony in our life in this current world. Harmony even with the viruses, the bacteria, the fungi. So I think I could summarize what I was going to say.
Yeah,
I thank you very much, moderator.
Absolutely, it's marvelous for me. To all of us, listen to Mother Nature. Every element has consciousness. Possibly that's summarized, more abstract than. Okay, let me turn to our second speaker. She is a rising star actually in University of Indonesia, Professor Riri Fitrisari. She is an expert of information technology, a professor in computer engineering at the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia. She is now head of UI Green Metric World University Rankings and Sustainable Development Goals. So please welcome Professor Riri Fitrisari. You also have 10 minutes, Professor.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me?
Very, very clear.
Right. Great. Thank you very much, Prof. Gunawan Cahyono. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and previous speakers in this conference, Professor Stefano, Dr. Jeffrey, and I hope that you are all also with us here. I just would like to greet, because my time is very short, to talk and to introduce you to what the university in Indonesia have been doing, and also all over the world actually, under the title The Sustainability of Sustainable Campus Concept During the Global Crisis, from our UI Green Metric experience. So if you don't know what UI Green Metric is, UI Green Metric is the only world university ranking on sustainability, and our theme this year is Universities, UI Green Metric and SDGs in the time of pandemic. Well, in this talk, I will introduce you. There are 6 indicators that we have been using all over the world to rank university initially to be better in terms of their setting and infrastructure, energy and climate change, waste management, water management, transportation and education and research. And eventually it's the first university ranking that looks into sustainability. And well, if we relate this with UI Green Metric and SDGs, we can see that it's all related to different indicators that and goals that we have. And at the moment, actually, this movement have been inspiring many university leaders all over the world to work and collaborate together. So now our platform is not to compete, but to work together in order to achieve our common goal to provide easy access to education, quality education with infrastructure that can help to help the students and big minds, lecturer, professors to discuss and provide them with opportunity with to be performing well, to be champion in the society, in which we should have a great impact in order to ensure that the concept of sustainable campus as a small city will be able to be adjusted into larger scale and even beyond planetary boundary. As you can see that during this pandemic situation, we have invited many university leaders, more than 60 meetings and conferences each year, in which university leaders share the experience on these 6 indicators. And even though during the pandemic situation, they are still trying to upgrade their university, perform collaboration, and also developing their university in terms of facilities. And in order to be able to go back, when we are going back to post-pandemic situation, we will still have a maintained university infrastructure, and also that the student and staff are also adjusting themselves to use technology in order to achieve a better performance. Well, this is the activities that we've been doing, led by University of Indonesia. We created something called UI Green Metric World University Ranking Networks. And for this, actually, we already have some principles in which it's open to all, so it's free actually to be part of UI Green Metric. It's collaborative, mutual respect. We have common goal in order to be able to provide and to generate a sustainable future for all. So for example, this year we started to have our online course with many university all over the world, 7 university for 4 continents, and many students are taking this course. This is our network goal now, also to shape the global higher education and research in sustainability, creating global sustainability leaders. For example, our course that we do together, and we are partnering on solution to sustainability challenges. For example, we have our eco enzyme team that is relating many university staff and lecturers to work together to socialize and to make sure that people can implement eco-enzyme production, for example, in their university and implement that. This is the web network that we have from 40 university leaders from the 39 countries work together in order to ensure that every year we learn from each other, and also we create a better infrastructure for our university. So we are all working towards the sustainable development goals, and we learned that during this pandemic situation, there are many programs and activities conducted by many universities. For example, our friends in Chimborazo in Ecuador are doing many sustainable development goals activities, in which we know that they are really working hard for this. And also, for example, in Sharjah, we have also National Coordinator for United Arab Emirates that are really encouraging people in order to relate sustainable development goals into the development that they are doing in campus, in order to be a fine example, good example for the society to the future. And also, this is from Thailand. We have so many activities in which sustainability have been implemented in community, social, and economy in terms of promoting the programs in national and global level. This is for Thailand also, and also this is, for example, the winner of this year ranking last year was Wageningen University from Netherlands, which is showing that every year they have different ways of promoting green program to reduce the use of the carbon footprint, switch the transportation alternatives, for example, and also providing cleaner transportation and many things. And also in Hungary, we have seen so many development in University of Pécs and Szeged, for example, and in Dublin, Dublin City University are also transforming and also really looking into SDGs, and all these universities are working hard to ensure that university students and staff know where they are going and what they would like to achieve and how they can translate that into the paper, into research, into community development program that they do. So this is all the key competences for sustainability for all SDGs, in which we know that the more we share, the more we can achieve and can feel the difference in our university. And also this is our friends in Colombia. They also do symbiotic things in terms, for example, for disposal of waste and products and many things. And well, actually, we can report that there are so many things that we've been doing together in our network. So from ranking to collaboration, it takes like from 10 years since we started our endeavor in this network, and now we can see that there are so many publications that we have got from our meetings. For example, last year we do teaching, learning, and working in sustainable university during COVID-19 pandemic, and also how the food sufficiency, the waste management, and many approach to energy and climate change mitigation problem, and how well-being in sustainable university can still be encouraged during this in order to combat the problem. For example, we have psychological problem for students and staff, for example, as they have to stay home and use their time, and ergonomically it's not very healthy, and many things. So as you can see that there are so many activities we have done in Iran, in all countries, showing that this movement have inspired many university leaders, not only to take, but also to give and to share their programs, and also to share the experience in influencing the university to achieve the sustainable development goals together. And students and staff are working towards that. And I can report that in our online course, the almost 100 university students that are involved are doing projects together, multinational projects, in which they will report by the end of the semester how online learning, in which 12 hours, the difference between one student to another, can be overcome by facilities, but they can talk about more than, extra time for working together. So I think without further ado, I could say that in conclusion that sustainability of sustainable campus concept are still there, and people are working hard for that. That's one of the inspiration for all of us to keep going, to keep moving, and to provide and to reach our goals for a better future for the next generation. Thank you very much, Professor Gunawan Cahyono.
Thank you very much, Professor Riri. Actually, when we face the COVID, we have a national plan, regional plan, city plan, but how about campus? So we still need a small move to improve our life, overcome any COVID or any pandemic. So let's do something because university campus is at the forefront of changing our lifestyle. Just as Professor Baresi had already mentioned, listen to the nature. Nature has a lot of elements, small, but we can expand it into our own life. So let me turn to the next speaker. Our next speaker is actually also an emeritus professor, Professor Neil Collins from Nazarbayev University. A very, very beautiful campus, actually. Unfortunately, it's Kazakhstan, difficult to achieve, but I expect many of us can visit you. So Professor Neil Collins is a professor of School of Humanities and Social Sciences at Nazarbayev University, Nur Sultan, is formerly Astana at Kazakhstan from 2013 to the present. He will talk about challenges in geopolitical atmosphere during the pandemic. Okay, now 10 minutes is for you, Professor Collins.
Okay, well, I can't be promised to be as optimistic as the previous two speakers, I'm afraid. I'm grateful for the invitation to speak to the conference, and the conference organizers suggested to me the title of Challenges in Geopolitical Atmosphere During the Pandemic, and because I couldn't think of another one quickly enough, I took it. But anyway, it's caused me to reflect over over the topic, so I'm grateful to them for that. But I'm afraid my general view is that the pandemic has exacerbated the geopolitical challenges rather than caused them. So I feel that the risk of geopolitical tensions will rise over the coming years. As I said, not as optimistic as the previous speakers, I'm afraid. So we've seen dramatic supply chain issues, shortages of components, disruptions of industry, etc. But rather than reinforcing the idea of mutual interest in restoring the pre-pandemic economic interdependence, I feel that COVID has strengthened the cause of economic nationalism. And ironically, I think that despite what the minister said earlier, which is also rather optimistic, I feel that is the direction which the climate change debate is going to go also. So I noticed that the president of France, Emmanuel Macron, has asked for French supermarkets only to use local produce, and then there's loads of Americans that you can call upon who want to generalize the notion of supply chain repatriation and the notion that our economies are over-dependent on China. That's frequently brought out by policymakers as well. And I noticed actually that last week, the new Prime Minister of Japan, Prime Minister Kishida, I think that's how it's pronounced, created the first Minister for Economic Security in the world, which is interesting. And in doing so, he echoed some of the initiatives that the Biden administration put forward, because Japan obviously can't operate without supplies from elsewhere. But what the Prime Minister said was that liberal democratic countries must work together to keep the supply chain in friendly hands. I think that was interesting. So a move away, if you like, from the traditional event. Now, an important document was produced in 1776. I say this just to tease my American listeners. And of course, I refer to The Wealth of Nations. As for a long time, we've operated on the ideas that Adam Smith gave us in his reaction to the mercantilism of the geopolitical system of his day. So he proposed, with less government interference, we could all do what we're best at, or at least what we have some advantage for doing, and the result would be positive for everybody. Trade would open up new markets, allow specialization, economies of scale, incentives for innovation, all this kind of thing. Since then, now we've obviously realized that you can't do without the state, and clearly you have to have some regulations of competition, and you have to have the state intervening on issues of inequality and poverty. But the underlying dynamic that trade and business would be for everybody's benefit, I think, was still there. And yet, my feeling is that the pandemic, which should have brought to our attention how interlocked we are as a world, how we influence each other, actually has been used as a way of reinforcing self-reliance. So the debate has been about how we look after ourselves, not the global sphere. Now, I think that the the crash of the 2008 and onwards, the election of Trump, Brexit in the UK, the trend towards populism in lots of European countries, all of these things really maybe question the dynamics of democracy going forward. Did I say I was going to be pessimistic? Sorry about this. And I think that in the pandemic, the success of policies on the pandemic have hinged upon the trust that people have in science. And in particular, the confidence that they have in their governments when they suggest restrictions and policies that reduce their individual liberty. And yet what the pandemic has shown is how open people are to policies which reject science. And that's why I think the pandemic will tell us a lot about the response to the climate change, because the climate change debate is saying science is telling us this, science is saying if you change your personal behavior, if you restrain from certain things that you do now, if you know, all of these things, then we have a solution. But what the COVID, it seems to me, is saying is that people are rejecting that message based on science. Now, clearly, there are some governments which are, enjoy the faith of their populations and have operated better than others. But there doesn't seem to be much connection between the level of democracy in those countries and the level of compliance. So from a point of view of a democratic development, I think there are reasons to be worried about this. Now, I'm conscious of the time, but if you're speaking from Nazarbayev University, you always have to say that in 2013, President Xi of China announced what became known as the Belt and Road Initiative here. He waited to come to Kazakhstan before he said anything, obviously. And the Belt and Road Initiative was obviously an example of a geopolitical venture which promises a great deal. But actually, I think it's become a cover for an increase in neo-mercantilism. I think it has shown us that lots of countries are looking after their own interests. And what I'd like, maybe in the conference as well, in the debate, is to have some concentration on the impact of neo-mercantilism on small countries, not just on the big world powers, but on the countries that are affected by it. And clearly, here in Kazakhstan, we're particularly affected because the infrastructure goes through our country, through our neighboring countries, etc. For it to be a success, we have to be in there. And yet, I see a worrying disconnect between the debate at the level of the political elite, who talk about the economic benefits, they talk about the Shanghai Cooperation and the Eurasian Union, Eurasian Economic Union, and all these things which are supposed to help us. Plus, on the edges, also military assistance from China. But the population as a whole see only corruption and exploitation. So I think we're not bringing, they're not bringing people on, and partly not bringing people on because we're not being honest, I think, about the motives for these infrastructural developments. It's not about win-win. Well, it's more about we win, and if you win, that's fine too. It's about economic nationalism, I think, and COVID has simply reinforced that. Because governments are responsible to their populations. That's the most important audience. They're who they have to please, and that's who they will. And I'm sorry about the time thing, but the failure of global organizations to change that debate and make it a global debate about how interdependent we are at the time of pandemic, it seems to me, is one of the failures of the system. And again, hopefully the conference will go back to talking about that. Yeah, I'm conscious of the time. I'm very grateful for the conference organizers to give me the opportunity to pontificate at such a great distance from Kazakhstan to everybody else. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Collins, for such an insightful thought about geopolitical and then this kind of network. Probably we should become smaller and smaller to think about bigger and bigger. So now let me turn to our last speaker, and then we have some time for the discussion to talk about our stuff. Our last speaker now is from the quote unquote the origin of human beings, actually, from Africa. Forgive me if I pronounce wrongly your name. It's Gwimi Sebastian Peters. Dr. Gwimi Sebastian Peters is a Director of Investigation, Intelligence and Monitoring, Code of Conduct Bureau, Abuja, Nigeria. He will talk about how well Africa overcome the pandemic. This is very important talk. Okay, now the time is you, Dr. Peters. For 10 minutes.
Thank you, Professor Gunawan. You pronounced my name correctly. Thank you, Chairman of this occasion, Dr. Lin Yola, for inviting me to permit me to leverage on the eloquently established protocols. I bring you choicest greetings and kind wishes from Nigeria and by extension, the entire people of the African continent. Permit me to quickly thank the organizers of this academic conference for granting me the opportunity to speak on the topic, how Africa overcame the pandemic. The theme of this year's event is apt, that is Global Strategy for a Resilient and Sustainable Post-Pandemic World Towards a Better Future for All. It is apt because countries that do not experience high fatalities should not slumber, because this is not the first global pre-existing socio-political issues that delve the continent into extreme poverty. These conditions range from political instability and conflicts, food shortages, high concentration of refugee camps, large density populations living in urban areas, low government transparency and trust in public institutions, with low-income communities who rely on public transportation, large households living in slums, and drinking from running streams. African countries also have poorly developed social welfare system for workers, which include even health gatekeepers, such as medical officers, nurses, and laboratory technicians. The pandemic also affected the health sector in Africa.
I'm sorry, Dr. Peters, probably you can turn off your video, actually, the voice.
Policies.
Maybe you can turn off your video. Sorry for interruption. Your signal is not so strong, actually.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah. Try again. Wow. Even disappear now. Sorry for this technical problem. That is if we are quite dependent on technology, that's what's happened. But should we return to the normal, say, face-to-face contact? That's another problem also during the COVID pandemic. So, okay, we have now 3 speakers, and I hope later Dr. Peter will join us again. But now let me introduce our discussion. Actually, even 3 speeches, probably our discussion, 2 discussion very significant and important persons. The first discussant is Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim. Oh,
can you hear me now?
Can you rejoin us, Dr. Peters?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, now we can hear you.
Okay, the world, which became a global village through the instrumentality of technology, was in a flux during and after the COVID-19 crisis. The advent of the pandemic has crippled the world like never before in all its ramifications of human endeavor, causing some permanent changes in all facets of life, such as economic, political, religious, teaching mankind that important lesson of life, affirming that all men are equal. Although the number of COVID cases and fatalities might appear comparatively low in Africa than other regions, the looming health shocks of COVID-19 could have disastrous effect on the continent's already strained health system and could quickly turn into a social and economic emergency. The pandemic poses severe challenges to African economies. The complications caused due to disruptions in global and regional value chain and the slump in commodity price derailed the continents of Africa. However, despite the bleak forecast, African states have managed to mount a concerted response to the COVID-19 pandemic. There were frightening statements and various wrong predictions of that Africans will be highly susceptible to the COVID-19. Now, despite all the predictions, the mortality rates are to date lower than other regions of the world. The question now is, how did this happen? Were there safeguards against such emergencies? Will it be due to Africa's younger population, or are there salient reasons other than that? With all the many challenges, many African nations have managed to escape the high mortality rates as observed in other parts of the world. Research is carried out by Mishra in September 2020 came up with two possible reasons as to why Africa overcame the pandemic. The question of early response. The continent's first reported case of COVID-19 was around February 2020, somewhere in Egypt. The African continent escaped the severe nature of the virus outbreak due to relatively few flight connections, especially from Europe and China. As a result of these few flight connections with the rest of the world, African governments had time to put in place public safety measures. Most ports in Africa were largely successful in conducting thermal screening and monitoring passengers at key entry points like airports, seaports, and railway stations. The second has to do with prior experience. One fact that cannot be doubted is that African countries have experience in dealing with viral disease outbreaks. You will all recall how lethal the case of Ebola in West Africa was. Africans have had to deal with issues of tuberculosis, cholera, meningitis, and malaria. This has helped Africa to establish innovative strategies for tracing, isolating, treating, and caring for COVID-19 patients. Arising from this, many African nations managed to successfully roll out COVID-19 preparation plans, as well as engage with communities in high-risk border areas, crowded urban slums, and informal settlements. And very importantly, was that African countries were able to apply insight in from addressing 2014 to 16 Ebola outbreak. Lessons learned may have provided the groundwork in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic. There's urgent need to build back a better African post-COVID-19 continent, hence resolute national action is pertinent. Although majority of African countries stipulated measures of sustenance to their citizens, cannot take away the fact that it's learned. The facts will always remain that the Ebola experience highlighted the importance of reaching out with feedback respond funding mechanisms such that money is readily available to jumpstart an outbreak response. Countries should decentralize the response to the community level and increase capacity to identify and diagnose cases. In terms of laboratory testing capacity, African countries have done sufficiently well. They have the ability to conduct screening at all points of entry in collaboration with organizations like the International Organization for Migration, a specialized agency of the UN. It aided rapid exchange of testing capacities and technological know-how. between various laboratories of nations across the continent. Also, the African CDC, in collaboration and therapeutics, even though clinical testing to evaluate their safety and efficacy remains pending. It is also very important to engage with the sociocultural dimension of the epidemic in order to map information leading to vaccine hesitance. States in the continent of Africa should work towards transforming their healthcare system. Public health should be seen as a national security issue. Various declarations have been made by African nations to increase budgets in healthcare. This should be sustained. African states should support local manufacturing of critical medical supplies. States should invest in digital health innovation. This is essential to fighting health pandemic and help in tracing and identifying vulnerable people. African states should build enduring systems for outbreak prevention and response by institutionalizing emerging lab networks and disease surveillance systems. They should also accelerate public sector investment in primary healthcare systems, which should be tailored to the needs of rural and urban areas. In conclusion, I wish to say that African countries account for 5% of the total reported COVID-19 cases. Presently, the continent is witnessing declining trend, but in number of new cases and deaths. However, vigilance will remain key. Contact tracing and basic hygiene methods should be sustained and carried out without hesitance. Thank you all for the kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing your experience, which is very important. My dear participants, now let me turn to our first discussion. I had briefly introduced, but now I repeat it again, Professor. Our first discussion is Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim, Faculty of Science, if I'm not mistaken, University College of Sadaya International University.
UCSI University.
UCSI University, okay. He is now actively involved in new initiatives to develop improved guiding policies for the advancement of science, technology, and innovation for the country. So please address your comments or question to our honorable speakers.
How many minutes I have, Prof. Gunawan?
If possible, no more than 5 minutes.
No more than 5 minutes, okay. First, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to give some comments on some of the topics discussed. But I can see that we are not immune to disruption in this world. This has become very clear in the pandemic. And in the past, the disruption has been on the economy, on the disaster, natural disasters. But the pandemic must surely count as among the worst, because the pandemic has brought damages not only to health, but to also the economy of the world. Now, the question before us that has been touched upon by all the speakers, how do we recover? This is a question of resilience. How resilient are we when faced with such disruptive forces? And we should be reminded that scientists have forecast this will not be the end. As we, human beings, we continue to disturb the habitat of virus and microbes, we may not see this pandemic as the end. So that means we now must start looking at how we build resilience. When you talk about resilience, I would like to give an example of one material that is common to Malaysia and Indonesia, which is natural rubber. Natural rubber is known in the world a polymer which is very high resilience. That's why when you use rubber for making aviation tires, which is put under a lot of heat stress when it lands, you have to use natural rubber. So what is the secret of natural rubber? Why is it resilient? is because it has got this stored energy that it has within the material. And I think in society, in the world, we need to have this stored energy through our network collaboration, so that when there is a disruption, when we are tested by any disruptive force, we can bounce back like the natural rubber. So this is where the pandemic has given us a wake-up call, actually. If you look at what happens during the pandemic, it has exposed the very selfish nature of people, selfish nature of nations. Big, powerful nations were not willing to share the vaccine, remember, with the poor countries. So this is a clear exposure of selfish interest. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to listen to one Professor Yunus from Bangladesh, and he was saying that this is what is destroying the world, is the selfish nature of our people. Instead of pursuing collective interests, we are more and more pursuing selfish interests. So if we listen to the speakers before who spoke earlier, climate change will be another disruptive force. And we see climate change, we cannot fight climate change alone. There has to be a collective force. But we see that we are not getting there yet. And this is why I like to go to the comments by Professor Neil on this question of trust. Trust in science, trust in government, trust in authority, trust in people. This is something, this is the energy that we need to build so that we can be resilient. So if we have that capacity to be resilient, then whatever disruption comes along the way, we can bounce back and recover very fast. So, but what is very clear from the presentation by the keynote and what Indonesia is doing, we can see that technology is at the very center of all this. Technology, the command of technology and innovation system to actually develop technology fast. And we can see one very good example when the pandemic hit. There was good collaboration in sharing the genomic sequencing, which actually helped hasten the development of the vaccine. So this is again example of energy that I'm talking about, which can build resilience and which can lead to fast recovery for the world. Thank you, Prof. Gunawan.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ibrahim. Now we turn to our last discussion. Mr. John J.A. Ganda is the elected regent of North Minahasa, Republic of Indonesia. He earned his Bachelor of Economics in Institute of Business Indonesia, Jakarta. And okay, you have 5 minutes, Mr. Ganda.
Okay, thank you, Professor Gunawan Cahyono. I prepare my presentation in 10 minutes, so I make it short in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Professor, I'm grateful to have this opportunity to represent the people of Minahasa Utara. As a short introduction, Minahasa Utara is a part of territory of Sulawesi Utara province. So mostly occupied Minahasanese, as the majority of the people in North Sulawesi. This province is accommodate many ethnics, such as Sangir Talau, Chinese, Arab, Javanese, Batak, and others. In Minahasa Utara, agricultural is have many occupied and rice, coffee, sugarcane, nutmeg, and others. Related with this pandemic, Minahasa Utara is getting better, turn off the number of these who recover and able to reduce the spread of this case in this region. As we can see, in Minahasa Utara now is 1.5% of total population have declined, and the death of rate is 2.8% of the confirmed as a positive in North Minahasa Utara. Currently, we only have 10 suspects under isolation and quarantine, while the number of contact of around 600 quarantine. As for our post-pandemic plan, we need to address new amplified, exciting societal issue such as poverty, unemployment, isolation, and the people of North Minahasa region comprise that three main economic activity, namely fishermen, agricultural farmers, and businesses tourism. Those are the most affected during the pandemic. We need to address existing social issues such as poverty, lacking of economic opportunities, and employment. Our plan is to focus on the strategy resilience to three valuabilities group of people above. By improving their daily income through technical assistance support, such as provide some financial support, then aim to reopening their own business. Strategic resilience through tourist economic creativity take into account Likupang as one of Indonesia super tourist destination. We will use the opportunity by boosting the promoting and region as tourist destination. Some activity location will promote to the public. The government of North Minahasa will establish a task force to execute several crucial steps. One of it is joint collaboration with external investor. Mobilization of external investor become important speed to recovery since the region does not have enough capacity to do that alone. Strategy recovery through sector UMKM, small scale industry, is provide job and income to the people. We will continue working together with UMKM and all stakeholders to see what the best approach and plan to achieve recovery target. This special posts are under authority is designed to accelerate and recovery and development goal with special target and measurable parameter. They will assist and advise the region particular on how to develop the regional rapidly. Here are some of the plan to be executed by the term about the development of UMKM, particularly in the tourism and creative industry sector. The create of Baku Pesiar Antar Kampung or internal village visit program to develop the digital tourism program in order to support the UMKM in tourism field to target with wider market nationally and globally. To develop the program product creativity program, particularly post-production packaging process, which need to be adjusted with the last marketing strategy. To develop multiple link institution through the established network and empowering partner program. I have to admit that this plan are still far from perfect. And I humbly ask to the prominent academic people, to the professional and expert, but most important for those who want to build their homeland in Minahasa Utara to contribute together for the better future of the people and of the region. I would like to convey the warmest regard from the people in Minahasa Utara, North Minahasa, and invite all of you to come and enjoy our hospitality on the land of smiling people and the land of waving coconut leaf and the land of Minahasa Utara. Thank you and have a blessed moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ganda. We can have now about 10 minutes for our internal discussion among discussants and also the speakers. Now, let me just pose one small example and try to invite your comments. From the perspective of COVID, we haven't heard, or I at least haven't heard about one case in our very quote-unquote primitive communities in Indonesia, which is called the Baduy. The Baduy never use electricity. The Baduy live in peace with their immediate surroundings. Trees, they cannot even cut down the tree. And also they never dig the earth for their construction. They just simply put a kind of stone and then put the post from the falling tree or so and construct their house. And they walk, never use vehicles. The strongest probably, but do we want to live like them? That's the problem. They never exploit human beings, even their cattle. So we are in the age of exploitation of human by humans. The rich exploit the poor. So please respond to my comments about this small example.
Yeah, Prof. Gunawan, I think there's a very good example. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is what I mean by this native group. They have the natural energy to be resilient. And because, again, as I was mentioning earlier, and as you have also mentioned, this culture of selfish or self-interest is actually creating much of the problem in terms of humanity. But if you look at the native, the Aborigine, as also explained by the earlier speaker in South America, they have more resilience because they are more looking after the collective interest of their people, of the nature around them. This is something that in the modern world, the modern human will have difficulty trying to follow. But I would like to say that because of the pandemic, the other thing which came out is that the level of poverty has increased. All the years that we have gained fighting poverty has all gone. This again shows that this phenomenon of couldn't care less about the others. And if you look at the structure of wealth in the world, 99% of the wealth is in 1% of the population. So again, the disparity between the rich and the poor, the divide is getting wider. So unless there is effort to somehow correct this, we are doomed actually. And climate change, when it comes, will be even more severely tested. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ibrahim. Do we have any response, Professor Collins or Mr. Ganda?
I think in example in North Minahasa, we just want to how to survive in this post-pandemic. So our strategy in North Minahasa, just like what I say, that resilience people in North Minahasa, we create how to make them can work with UMKM, and then for example, our number of pandemic is lower now, and I think that a strategy to how to survive with post-pandemic is the most important thing that we need to think right now in North Minahasa, for example. But then in another place, just like Professor Gunawan said, just I have no idea for that. So that's my opinion, Professor.
Okay, thank you. Professor Collins, do you have any comments?
Well, I noticed that we started off our session by playing the national anthem. And then we had 3 ministers telling us what they were doing for their nation. And, you know, that's how we organize ourselves. Am I being too cynical? Political science makes you cynical, but it does appear that we're organized in a way which rewards the local and gives rhetoric to the general. So if in the climate change thing, for instance, it's a choice between some deprivation or keeping jobs which are, you know, in our dirty jobs, if you like, most countries will pick the dirty jobs. Talk clean and act dirty, I think. Sorry.
Yeah, it's, to me, if we are still thinking inside the box of capitalism, liberal capitalism, investor, property, then we will not have a good future. It's not only to survive the pandemic, to me. It's how to look at the brighter future. So probably
I think that most of the speakers have been parents. Let's suppose most of us are parents. Are our children any different? Are our students any different? Are our students any different? You know, we have hundreds of students. I have whatever 150 a week or something. How is what I'm telling them impacting on them in the way that you would like?
It's true, because I am also one of the survivors from the COVID. So I have time to rethink all of the theory I received when I was in UC Berkeley or so on. It's a big name, but I think I have to go out from that box of capitalism, investor. And then, so otherwise we are still in the framework exploitation of human by human. And then get the rich get richer and the poor still poorer. So we don't have a bright future. That's what I mean. COVID should teach us about new lesson. Go out of the box, probably. But how to do that? Professor, probably I'm the fan of one of the initiator of worker cooperative. Even human beings develop like now because our cognitive revolution, and then we can work collaboratively to propel. So let us think about that. To me, it's the basic. Go to the basic again has no harm actually. Rather than now the COVID is in decline, then we can do business as usual. Think of the capitalist way again. We will not have a bright future. Still going into the dark.
Yeah, I have a question, Prof. Gunawan. If we do not change, I mean, people are talking about change, behavioral change, all this. Do you think we can deliver the SDGs?
I have a very skeptical thing about that.
Yes.
As long as it's not become the object of capitalistic pattern and so on to exploit ourselves, probably we can do. Therefore, we have to go out from that kind of framework.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, I think the committee, the organizing committee, had collected some question for the speakers. Okay, the committee, can you display? Okay. Okay, please stop that. Let's see whether we still have time to discuss. Who wants to respond? After the crisis, what shall be the economic lessons from the pandemic? Professor Ibrahim, it seems that you have some answer.
I think we have been through this. What happened after the crisis? As I mentioned, the economy has been badly disrupted, and you see that a lot of the economic activities will have to fall back on technologies like digitalization, robotics, automation. But over the years, we have not been investing in this. You know, we have, for example, some industries, we've been relying on cheap labor, for example. And after the pandemic, we see that we can no longer be dependent on one source of labor. We need to diversify. And digitalization is becoming more prominent now because of the pandemic. Even in education, if there was no digital technology, I think the whole education system would have collapsed. And if there was no digital,
like this.
If there no digital e-commerce, the whole retail business would have collapsed. So the important thing here is that we should learn to invest in the right technology, innovation. This has not happened because innovation requires a good ecosystem between the stakeholders. And again, if you look at the world, because of the selfish nature, as you mentioned, the capitalist maximizing profit kind of agenda, this will not happen. The same thing applies to climate change. Climate change requires thinking out of the box and willing to go away from the dirty industries. So if this is not happening, then I'm afraid the pandemic, they say that the pandemic is only a pale shadow of the climate change. So this is my response to that question.
Okay, great. Professor Riri or Professor Collins, do you have any comment?
Well, I mean, I think on that last thing about the climate change, I think that we're going to see more drought, and then we're going to see more flooding, and we're going to see etc. Lots of communities are going to be very seriously affected by climate change, and yet we're not geared up to react to that. What we're geared up to is to react to the local. And what I fear is that, for example, here in Kazakhstan, we're a landlocked country. Most of our big rivers come in from elsewhere. You know, if they stop coming in and we have more drought and we lose more crops and all that kind of thing. Sorry, I'm not picking on, because there are lots of countries like this which are dependent on resources from neighboring countries, or where the pollution that you create goes to neighboring countries. But if we organize ourselves solely in terms of nation states, then we're not going to solve the problem, because it's never going to be in the interests of the leader of one nation state to address the needs of somebody else's nation state ahead of their own. So that's what I think.
Okay, that's great. We need to break some boundary like this. Okay, Professor Lee, probably you
Yes,
can respond to
I would
the
like.
SDGs question.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to add up that university as the main part in which people spend their time to be educated. I think we are all learned that everything, all the technology has been spread out very quickly during this pandemic situation. Even I can tell that most Indonesians are doing better for using technology for education, for example, using Zoom, everything that they should learn, they quickly grab it. Even they use a lot of things like TikTok and all learn how to be survive. For example, now we are all talking about whether do we really need to have a PCR every time we travel from one city to another. But that's all something that we learn also from particular condition happening in Europe at the moment. For example, the situation is worsening again in terms of COVID-19. But I'm sure that our local community have our own resiliency in order to go through difficult situation. But because we are now living beyond the boundary of country and planetary boundary, I think that we will all optimistic to be able to go through this together, and we will keeping up on working together in order to achieve this SDGs. So I'm really optimistic that we can learn from each other, learn from the local community, and to be able to get through the situation in which last century people can get through the plague pandemic, and I hope that we will get stronger after this. Thank you, Professor Gunawan.
Okay, thank you, Professor Riri. Do you have any comment, Professor Baresi? I see you still with us. And also, Dr. Peters, are you still with us? Okay, because we will run out of time. Actually, I expect to see economy differently. Is economy only cost and benefit, profit, labor, wages? We forget we still have our responsibility to our family, household. That's the basic means of economy. Manage your own house environment. Start with that and change that. Possibly that. That's my comment. Are you still with us, Professor Baresi?
Yes, I'm getting a little bit tired because it's 2 o'clock in the morning for me.
But your experience is quite valuable for all of us. About listen to the nature, actually. Be sensitive. We lost our sensitivity anyway.
But Prof. Gunawan, even this digital technology, if you can afford it, you can use it. But there are many people who can't afford to have the gadgets. They don't have access to the internet. How do they do? How do they live in this kind of condition?
Yeah,
so there are countries who are proposing that broadband is going to be the third utility. Like Malaysia,
it's for, electricity,
water, and broadband is another utility. So every people must have access. And I also have a question on the carbon tax. How confident are you that you can implement this carbon tax and carbon trading, which has faced problems in many countries in implementation?
Is that fair for the poor countries?
Yeah, that's right. So I don't know how confident, because we have talked about this carbon tax for many years.
Well, probably we have to eat less meat.
Yeah.
That's the greatest contribution of the carbon.
Yes, of course.
But we cannot go back to live like the Badui again. That's the problem, right?
There is a good
It's a
question
very
here.
small,
Is the pandemic a geopolitical conspiracy?
Yeah.
That's quite an interesting question.
Let us do something at least the ASEAN level, ASEAN University Association. We can do
Yeah, and many social media people has actually used this conspiracy theory to further some of the fake news. And this actually have also disturbed the level of vaccination in some countries. There are vaccine hesitancy because of this conspiracy sort of theory that has been proposed through the social media. So these are things, you know, and just now, Professor Neil, I think he spoke about whether this level of democracy has an impact on the level of compliance. With apparently is not. There is no correlation between democracy and compliance. So how do we study this and analyze this?
When you mentioned compliance, I had just received a new book published for 2022, Compliance Capitalism.
Compliance capitalism. Yes.
I haven't read it through yet, so I cannot discuss that. That's very interesting. Theory now appear, and also recently, donut economy and also the mission economy, which throw some new light about economy.
Yeah.
So it's a different way of look at economy, not only prices and then also wages and also growth oriented, but think of values versus price. Yeah, that's it pushed me back, but I'm quite happy to rethink about our past and then introspect about our present. Then probably we can see a bright by retrospect our future.
Prof. Gunawan,
let
me ask you, Prof. Gunawan.
What?
Such an interesting discussion, right, Prof. Gunawan, with all the panelists. So can we have a final wrap up, maximum about 5 minutes, Prof?
Oh. So I think we need to come out of the box, but going small again, try to retrace the human evolution up to the civilization, all the way we need to live with the capitalism, but in a different way, coexist with another power. So don't just think about capital, investor. Without investor, we all die? No, probably. That's what you think. City can be a new tool. We can plan new way of city with the network of supplying chains, but by the cooperative small unit together, manage it, rather than give it to the big company investor stuff. To me, that's my point. Okay, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Gunawan, for successfully leading the session. And thank you to our respected plenary speakers and discussant for the interesting plenary forums. We are very much honored to have all of you today. On behalf of the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference Committee, we would like to extend gratitude to our honorable speakers, moderator, and discussant. We kindly ask the chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference, Dr. Lin Yola, to give a token of appreciation. Please welcome Dr. Lin Yola.
Thank you, Dr. Jeff. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for still staying with us. Allow me to present the token of appreciations for our speakers, discussants, and moderators of today's event, which is the opening ceremony. The first one, please join me to present the token of appreciations to our keynote speaker, Honorable Minister Bapak Suharto Monoarfa. Thank you very much, Bapak, for presenting the remarkable keynote today. And the next one, we have the next keynote addressed to Dr. Suminto from Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Thank you very much, Dr. Suminto, for the remarkable speech today. And next one, we have for our honorable plenary speakers. The first one, we have Emeritus Professor Stefano Varese. Thank you very much, Professor, and thank you very much for still being with us up to 1-2 a.m. in your time there. Thank you very much for the wonderful speech and sharing today. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next one, we have Professor Dr. I.R. Riri Fitrisari. Thank you very much, Professor Riri, for really making your time to deliver the speech today. We know that your schedule was very, very tight, and you really make it for today. Thank you very much, Prof. Riri, for sharing your, thank you very much, Prof. And next one, we have our plenary speaker, Professor Neil Collins from Nazarbayev University. Thank you very much, Professor Neil. Thank you very much for your remarkable speech today and also the discussions. And next one, we have our plenary speaker, Dr. Gwimi Sebastian Peters from Nigeria, Africa. Thank you very much, sir, for joining our forum today and sharing your wonderful speech as well and discussions. We're very sorry that our maybe technical problems really limit our discussions today. Thank you very much, sir. And we also honored our discussants. The first one, we have Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim. Thank you very much, Professor Dato Ahmad, for again joining our event and sharing your fruitful talks today from UCSI University. Thank you very much, Dato. And the next one, we have Bapak John Ganda. Thank you very much, Bapak John Ganda, for sharing what you have done in North Minahasa. And our greetings to the people there, North Minahasa, and all of the staffs there. Thank you very much again for very fruitful discussions. And of course, our honor go to our Professor I.R. Gunawan Cahyono. Thank you very much, Professor Gunawan. You are really leading the discussions and the plenary forum today with a very fruitful and interactive discussions. Thank you very much, Professor Gunawan. It's really our honor. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you to all of the speakers, discussants, and moderator. And yeah, back to you, Dr. Jeff. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lin Yola. To complete for our today's program, we invite all speakers, moderators, and discussants, as well as Dr. Lin Yola, to turn on the camera as we are about to take virtual photos. UI technical team, please get ready for the awesome virtual photo captures.
Please give us a minute, Dr. Jeff.
So, are we ready, guys?
Yes, ready.
All
yes,
right.
Ready, Dr. Jeff.
Okay, so in the count of 3, give us the very perfect smile. 1, 2, and 3. Do we need to do again? UI technical team?
I think we are good to go, Dr. Jeff.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Gunawan, Emeritus Professor Stefano, Prof. Riri, Prof. Neil, Dr. Gwimi, Professor Ahmad, Bapak Jun, and Dr. Lin. Ladies and gentlemen, also not forgotten, the organizing committee like to thank all the participants, session chair, invited guests, committee members, and all of you in the audience for being very supportive and energetic towards the success of this academic event. To our dear participants and audience, before the day dies, let us have a virtual photo session for remembrance. If possible, please everyone turn on your web camera and we will have the best screenshot with all those involved in today 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference event. UI technical team again, let's get ready.
Yes, we're ready, Dr. Jeff.
All right, so everything's okay? So can I do the count?
Sure, please go ahead.
All right. So in the count of 3, give us the perfect shot. 1, 2, 3, and please say cheese for the perfect smile. Cheese. So do we need to do again technical things for another interface?
Yes, please. One
All
more.
right. So in the count of 3, again, give us the perfect shot. 1, 2, and 3. Smile. All right. So another interface, Darren, UI technical teams.
Yes, maybe the last one, Dr. Jeff.
All right, the last one. Again, in the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, smile.
I think
Is everything okay, IT team?
Yes, I think we are
All right,
good to
that's
go.
great. Okay, thank you everyone for this virtual photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the parallel presentation agenda. Allow me to give some valuable information and important announcement about the event. Event will be adjourned for presentation in parallel session, which will be started soon after this opening ceremony at 1600 hours Western Indonesian time. But today, we will have 7 different parallel sessions, while for tomorrow, 27 October 2021, we will have another 14 different parallel sessions that will be divided into 2 parallel presentation sessions. Please also be reminded to stay tuned with us for closing ceremony right after the parallel session, which will be held tomorrow afternoon at 1530 hours Western Indonesian time for the keynote and plenary speech, plenary forum session, and announcement of the conference award. And last but not least, the closing remarks by the SSGS Director of Universitas Indonesia. Now we have come to end of our opening ceremony of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to extend our sincerest appreciation to everyone who involved in this conference organization, either directly or indirectly. We hope everyone had a good time with us, and we wish you all happy conferencing. Thank you again for supporting our virtual event. Good evening. May peace and prosperity be upon us all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Good day, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all of the speakers. Thank you, Dr. Jeff. Thank you, all of the participants.
Thank you, everyone. See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you. See you.
Alhamdulillah.
Foundation of every industry is built upon two main pillars. The first is academic and based solely on theory and science. The second pillar is experiential learning that leads to subject matter expertise. The difference between the two pillars are distinct, yet researchers and experts oftentimes confuse the two. Imagine a world where the practical combination of academic theories and industry experience exists. At Science Tech, we've bridged the gap between industry and academia to produce competitive differentiation. The Science Tech platform helps achieve 5 main goals: create a dynamic connection through social media, develop a new idea, invest in interesting and promising projects, locate solutions to industry challenges, and lastly, source qualified candidates or secure academic and scientific jobs. Enter the world of academics and industry experience by subscribing to Science Tech.
Hello everyone. Very good afternoon. So welcome to the parallel presentation sessions. Thank you very much for staying with us. We are about to start the parallel sessions. Hope you are already ready with your rundown of presentations together with the details of the time and details of the parallel sessions. If you are a session chair, please you will be guided by the co-chair. But if you are the presenters, please make sure that you will enter the right breakout room. So the breakout room will be named according to the name of the sessions. So please carefully check, and you can enter each of the breakout room you are assigned to. But if you are the audience, you could please choose any breakout room or the sessions that you would like to watch the sharing or the presentations. So that's it. Hope the parallel sessions goes well today, and hope that it will give you positive insights to all of us. So thank you very much. If you need any help, the committee will assist you in each of the breakout room or in the lobby. So that's it. See you in the breakout room and enjoy the conference. Bye-bye. The breakout room is now open. You might choose according to your preference or your schedule.
Oh, hello, everyone. Hello, Mr. Erza. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, clearly.
Oh, okay. I'm so glad to meet you today in this session. I think we
Nice to
can.
meet you too.
I think we can wait for a moment until everyone joining our breakout room. Okay. Please, just a moment, Mr. Erza. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Okay, I think we can start our session today. Let me open this session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first day of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. This is parallel session E, Innovation and Technology of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. I am Natasha Putri, and I am honored to be the MC and co-chair, for this parallel session. Before we start the parallel session, I would like to give some announcement about the rule in this parallel session. Okay, let me see. Okay, the first one, to all presenter, please be ready with your presentation according to the order as in the conference book. You will be given 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A. This parallel session is recorded and some of presentation will be presented live on our YouTube channel at International Collaboration. Hence, we would like to ask for your consent to be recorded. To respected session chair, we would like to remind you to fill in the evaluation form of this parallel session. And to our dear audience, I would like to inform you that you could join the parallel session to your preference by clicking the breakout room button below your Zoom application. And you also could ask some question presented by the presenter in the chat room. You may move from one breakout room session to another. And the link for attendance list will be available in the chat room at the end of the parallel presentation session. We will have closing ceremony on 27 October 2021 at 15:30 Western Indonesia time in the main session. And lastly, I will stand by throughout the entire session in this breakout room. You may leave your concern in the chat room and address it to me if you have any further inquiries. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this parallel session will be led by session chair, Mr. Muhammad Erza Aminanto, PhD. We are honored to have you, Mr. Erza, today with us. And before we begin, allow me to introduce our today's session chair. Mr. Erza received his PhD from School of Computing in Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. He is a lecturer of SSGS, Universitas Indonesia, with the expertise in artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. He is also a data scientist at Jakarta Smart City and visiting researcher at National Institute and Communication Technology in Tokyo, Japan. Without further ado, please welcome Mr. Erza. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Natasha, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the beginning, I would like to express my apologies because the delay for the previous session. And let's start this session without further ado because we have a limited time. So I see many professor and lecturer here. So I give my respect to all professor and lecturer here, Prof. Riri and other lecturer here. So we have about 7. We have 7 presenters today. And let's start with the first presenter. The first presenter is Ms. Indah Purwaningsih with the title Building Resilient Innovation Ecosystems in Response to Current and Post-COVID-19 Pandemic. So the floor is yours.
Yeah,
And
thank
I would
you,
like to
Dr.
remain 10 minutes.
Yeah, that is
Yes.
okay. Okay, I'll start my screen. Okay, is my voice clear? Hello, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
clearly.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, all.
Right.
My name is Indah Purwaningsih. Here, I will present our research finding, building resilient innovation ecosystem in response to current and post-COVID-19 pandemic. I conducted this research collaboratively with my friends from BRIN, Indonesia, National Research and Innovation Agency, and from my college from ITB, Indonesia. So the background of this research is that we know that COVID-19 outbreaks has reduced the resilience of interdependent global systems. And at the onset of the pandemics in 2020, the shortcomings and rising costs of health equipment have led to quick response of innovation ecosystems in Indonesia to develop innovative, complementary, and substitutable drugs. And the emergence of the COVID-20 BPPT learned on the development of innovation ecosystem in the time of crisis and to prepare for future shocks. And the objectives of this study is to identify the innovation process of the COVID-20 BPPT3S and their COV23 as ventilators from the perspective of innovation ecosystem approach. We identify the structure and constituting elements of the innovation ecosystems to understand the working mechanism of the ecosystem by using social network analysis and the three-layer periphery frameworks. And we also look at the implication of the science, technology, and innovation policy to facilitate the growth of on health equipment. Okay, so we do case study approach in this research. The first, we conduct literature review on innovation ecosystem study to build the framework. We all use the semi-structured in-depth interview from the identified interviewees to find the innovation stages from the coding. We also conducted social network analysis to find the keystone and then clustering. And the last, we use the framework of the triple-layer periphery framework to see the innovation ecosystem structure. So this is the framework. We identify the per layer from the highest degree of centrality and betweenness. We also find the platform here by using the innovation stages together with the network clustering from the SNI here. So we will see the network mechanism, the working mechanism of the ecosystem. And here the finding of our study here, the first, because we use the case study approach, we found the first case study from the innovation ecosystem of COVID-20. Here, the structure of the ecosystem of the COVID-20. Okay, by using such method, we find out that the keystone of or the platform leader, the ecosystem leader of this ecosystem is Faculty of Engineering University of Indonesia, or we see here FSFTUI, that supported by multi-stakeholders actors here, also the platforms. We have from the universities, health practitioners, also NGO, private companies, all the stakeholders involved in the ecosystem. And the platforms here, or the platform, are not from at the beginning of the ecosystem. The platform here emerged spontaneously as new functions of the required to support the innovation process. And the relations between the stakeholders here and between the platforms here are made through resource sharing throughout all the innovation stages. And from these stages, the funding is provided by the ISTP UI as the TTO, or Technology Transfer Office, through the government's grant. And the connection made by, this is NGO, the Association of the Alumni of FTUI, between actors, also between platform. And the commercializations of the products here are made first through donation, and then it's expanded through licensing, patent licensing, and provided by government through public procurement. And the second is the innovation ecosystem of BPPT3S land. From the same method, we found out that the keystone or the leader of the ecosystem is the BPPT, Public Research Institute Indonesia. And it is supported by the stakeholders here from the state-owned enterprise here, PT Land, which is involved in the ecosystem following the policy directions from the Ministry of State-owned enterprise. And different from the COP20, that the relations is built informally at first, but the BPPT and PT Lehin built the formal relation from the first time. And just the same that the platform emerged spontaneously as the new functions are required to support the innovation process. The funding, if we see from the COFED, is provided by the government grant, but here it is provided from three sources. The first from the government, also from the grants through Green Consortium program, and also provided by industry here from the PT Land. And different from COP20 that involve the medical practitioners from the first stage of the development of the ventilators, here in BPPT, it is the involvement of the medical practitioners from the prototype one produced. So there's major changes of the product here, innovative products. And the commercialization is also done through donation and public procurement. And after the donation, BPPT conducts post-market survey to get the user feedback. And it is the innovation ecosystem of DARCOV 23S. It is different from the previous ecosystem, that this ecosystem at the first time, it is initially initiated by industry, PT Dharma Precision Tools, from the ideation stage through the development stage. But BPPT here appear to help the industry following the further innovation stages. Why? Because the industry needs some help from the public institutes. And BPPT here facilitates the following stages together with the innovation process of BPPT as well. It's involved the stage of the medical consultation, also product testing in BPFK and clinical trials. Also, it helps the commercialization and post-market survey. So here BPPT, BPPT still appeared as the keystone because he do much of the relations with the other actors here of the ecosystems here. And also yes?
3 minutes left.
Okay, and the innovation funding, it is provided by the government for the clinical trials and also from the industry itself from the first stage. So here we find that from the 3 cases of the innovation ecosystem, we see that all the ecosystems share the similar visions, from the willingness for the social contribution for COVID-19 and the importance of technology sovereignty to secure the resilience of the health equipment. And all the ecosystems spontaneously emerge without a formal structure at the first time, but they consider the essential role of the keystone or the leader. The next one, that the interaction between actors and platform grow frugally in achieving the value proposition to achieve the products. And breakthrough and adaptations are needed to be resilient during the crisis. They do reverse engineering, also they do resource sharing and adapt to changes. And here that the governments plays an important role, such as they provide competitive funding for the research and development, also for clinical trials, provide tax incentive, also a quick setup of regulatory standard for ventilator that didn't exist before to ensure the clinical compliance of the innovative product here. Also, regulatory flexibility on marketing and production license for emergency situation. Also facilitate the initial market through donation and public procurement. And here government plays dual function here, not only as facilitator, but also involved in the development process in case of BPFK, who give assistance in the development of the product. So here we have some suggestions for further to build how a resilient innovation ecosystem, especially in the health equipment. The first, that it considers the important role of the keystone of the ecosystem to do the management, partner selection, and coordination and build the network. It can be from the industry, public institutes, or universities. And it should be supported by some platform here, ideation to develop the idea. It should be involved the medical practitioner. Also, the research and development, it should involve the firms and also the medical practitioners also. And testing, it should be well prepared to ensure the compliance on ethical standard of the medical products. So it needs the support of the testing laboratories that is still limited in Indonesia. And manufacturing is not only ensure the readiness of the manufacturing company, but also the supply of the spare parts. Also the commercialization, it can be at first, it can be through donation for the initial market, but further it could be through the licensing and another scheme. And funding, it should not only rely on government, but also the firm, also the crowdfunding. And user here, it should be in the internal actors of the ecosystem to give feedback for product development. And government should be at the external actors to give as facilitation and also as the rule setter here. So at last, that give the STI policy implication that the policy is suggested to enhance research and innovation capacities in building the resilient innovation ecosystem on health equipment. It should be strengthened the policy coordination, not limited to research, health, and industrial sectors, but will strengthen the system's response to future shocks. And policy coordination is essential to arrange the research plan and to set up for research infrastructures, regulatory standards, and supporting laboratory. Of course, with the ultimate goals of supporting the industrial development. So I think this is my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Indah, for your presentation. And we still have about 4 minutes, 4 to 5 minutes for Q&A session. So please, anyone who wants to ask to Miss Indah, you may open your cam and open your mic as well to ask directly to her. Or if you want to put your question in the chat room, it's okay. You can write it there. Okay, in the meantime, while we are waiting, thank you for your presentation, Ms. Indah. I have one question. So could you back to the second last slide, please?
Okay.
So the stakeholders.
This one?
The previous one. This one. So
this one?
Yes. Yes, this one. Okay. So here we see many stakeholders here.
Yes.
From the R&D, from the testing, manufacturing, commercialization, funding, and so on. So what is your opinion? I mean, I believe it's not easy to coordinating all of these stakeholders. And what is your suggestion to support the coordination among them?
Yes, of course. So here we see that an innovation ecosystem, it can't stand from one actor. It should involve many stakeholders here, and it should be involved from the universities, maybe public institutes, also from the industry and your society, and of course from the government. And what about the coordination? Here we have two suggestions. That the first is, yes, of course, the first is the government will do the coordination. For example, from here, the perspective of the research and development, of course, here we have now the BRIN, the Research and Innovation Agency. Yes, of course. Yeah, that's why the Science, Technology and Innovation Agency should strengthen the coordination, because when we talk about the research here, we are not only talk about the research itself, but we will talk about, for example, at health equipment. We will relate to the Ministry of Health. We also relate to Ministry of Industry. We also will relate with the LKPP or for the procurement, of course, to support the commercialization. But then we see the innovation ecosystem here. It is the smallest ecosystem. So the scale is not national, but the scale is, we see the boundary is the product. So here the keystone play an important role. For example, if the one who built the ecosystem is a university, so the university or the keystone will do much the coordination. That's why here we see the importance of the networking here. Of course, also if the keystone is industry, so the one who will do the management, the partner selection, of course, the keystone here. So here we see the two important roles of the keystones who build the ecosystem, also the important roles of the government who facilitate the coordination. Yes, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you for your answer. So anyone would like to ask question to our presenter now? Okay, I think no question. So thank you again for your presentation. I hope in the near future we have a lot of innovation ecosystems in Indonesia, hopefully. Okay, thank you, Ms. Indah, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to the next presenter. Our second presenter is Ms. Hussein Afisena Akil with the title Analysis of the Scaling Process of Jarwo Super Rice Cultivation Technology Using an Innovation Platform Thinking Framework into Province in Indonesia. To Mr. Hussein Afisena Akil, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear my voice, everybody?
Yes, I can hear your voice, Mr.
Yeah, I will share my presentation. Oh, then from yeah, this okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to the opportunity for the opportunity. And as you see, all the one of the member of the team is Miss Indah Purwanisi is here actually. So probably she can help me in question later on. Now it's already changed this institution, but I still use the late name of the institution, Indonesian Institute of Sciences, but now it's already BRIN. Yeah? It's called now the National Research and Innovation Agency. Okay, the background, based on data, the Minister of Agriculture, Bang Kementan, during 2010 up to 2015, dominated national rice production was in Java Island and a little on the island Sulawesi, namely Gorontalo province, with rice productivity above the national average. Meanwhile, other provinces have rice productivity that is lower than average national productivity. Effort to increase rice production are carried out through the expansion of land and increase productivity, and through the development and application of new superior variety and SV. Rice productivity is expanding. Government research and development institution, especially the Agricultural Research and Development Agency, Balitbangtan, developed an SV according to site-specific characteristics to produce optimal products and volume.
I'm sorry for interrupting, Mr. Hussein.
Yes.
But the screen is not appear in other participant screen.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Can you restart the share screen process, please?
Probably I stop first.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hussein.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Let's start again. How about this?
It's already appearing. It's okay. It's clear.
Okay, thank you. Okay, background. Now I'm come to next unit. So Jajal Goes Super is a system of optimizing lowland rice production due to the innovation of Balit Bangtan, which implement integrated rice cultivation technology based on Legowo row planting method. Jarwo Super implement a combination of innovative cultivation technology. According to Balit Bangtan, there are about 5 NSV with high yield potential, biodecomposer application, and the third application of biological fertilizer, and the 4 pest control with vegetable pesticides, and the 5 use alsintan transplanter and combined harvester. The application of Jarwo Super technology is a priority program Balit Bangtan in 2015 up to 2015, what the so-called Food Crop Research Development Technology Innovation. SCOOT, this is our main literature, has explained comprehensively the concept of the innovation platform for research and development in agriculture. However, Balit Bangtan, the Minister of Agriculture, does not recognize the application of the idea of the innovation platform, even though the application of the innovation platform is already prevalent, especially in the African continent. After we identified the multi-channel dissemination structure implementation mechanism, it turned out that it involves multiple actors. The multiple actor process is one of the key components in implementing the innovation platform. In this paper, we analyze applying the scaling result of the cultivation innovation of Jarwo Super technology using the innovation platform framework. Okay. The innovation platform is a space for multi-stakeholder forum to solve particular problem through learning and change. The multi-stakeholder represents specific organization with different organization. Sorry. Then platform innovation scaling goes to scaling process. One of the impact of the innovation platform is the acceleration of the innovation scaling process to contribute to sustainable agriculture. The scaling process interpreted as the propagation of new technology, dissemination of knowledge, and collaboration between stakeholders, market access, and other outside both the geographical area and initial target. In agriculture innovation system, the scaling process can be divided into outscaling and upscaling. Outscaling is horizontal diffusion of innovation at the same level. For example, more and more regions are using diffuse innovation. Meanwhile, innovation upscaling show a technology or process diffuse at higher level. For instance, institutionalization as new agricultural management or government policy. Innovation upscaling also include commercialization process where the innovation platform requires institutional scheme, for example, royalty, licensee from the commercialization R&D result.
3 minutes left.
Oh, sorry. I think what we sorry, to summarize, first, I would explain that the three component of affect the success of the innovation platform achieving agricultural development, including scaling process, multi-stakeholder approach, content matter, and platform support function. Before designing and implementing an innovation platform, Scoot suggests that the first to answer some critical question, whether it is true that building on innovation platform is the right step to achieve the outcome and impact of the scaling process of the result of cultivation, innovation, agriculture. So in the data collection, I think I can skip this because we can discuss. Go to this analysis. We use this flow chart, and the question, the first question we answer in the number 4. So not box 1, not box 2, not box 3. That's the flow of the states in deciding to build innovation platform on the Jarwo super technology scaling process. Follow each box and followed by the word yes. Furthermore, to see how the innovation platform drive the Jarwo super technology scaling process, analysis of the innovation platform, three components and their subcomponents, we carry out multi-stakeholder method, content matter, and platform support function. From the interview and FGD, it seemed that the categorization of the innovation platform for the Jarwo super technology scaling process is quite mature, as shown in this table. It can identify the subcomponent in the 3 critical components of the platform sufficiently intense to run, so that they are with a tick. For unmarked tick, they have not got done at all, but less significant. So because their execution is not intense. The form of its table is like this from Scoot as well. And then I think because the time, so the conclusion, the first conclusion, quite a lot of conclusion, but for the first, although Bangtan of Ministry of Agriculture in developing innovation research in rice cultivation is not familiar with the innovation platform concept, the component of subcomponent to build implement the innovation platform is available. For example, even though Jarwo super technology scaling process applied the idea multi-channel dissemination structure is running the innovation platform actually. This is the scaling process that can be analyzed using the innovation platform framework. And the interpretation, the success of the Jarwo super technology innovation platform is still what interpretation is still perception of the stakeholders. Scaling can explain the proportion of series of variable from object on same scale. It can interpret that scaling only consider change one variable without being affected by the other condition. Therefore, examining the Jarwo super technology innovation platform, it is necessary to state that the initial process as scaling up to activity with the support of technology push has not yet entirely been able to have significant and sustainable impact. And
thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
I think we can carry on with the question and answer. I think we can.
Sure.
Maybe I'm going to be helped with by Miss Indah.
Thank you, Dr. Hussein, for your presentation. It was very interesting. And so let's start the question and answer session. So anyone who want to ask question, please ask to Dr. Hussein directly. Please. Okay, so while we are waiting for the question, I would like to give a question. So the Jarwo Super technology, this is the scaling up process with this Jarwo Super technology. So I would like to know what are the challenges, why the scaling up is not achieved at this moment.
Yeah, it's mentioned in the conclusion actually. So sorry. It's already mentioned in the conclusion. Because so far, what they practice actually is not scaling up, but scaling out. Yeah, scaling out, and in this case, just dissemination of the technology and to apply it in the other area is just what the so-called to copy and copy paste. That's so that's why. But for scaling up is should be the indication. Probably there must be going to the business process and then go to industry as well. But now is unfortunately what we have got in the research. It seemed to us that they are not successful for scaling up.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hussein, for your answer. Yeah, it's very interesting. I hope the innovation platform thinking framework it can be used for other technology as well, not only in the rice cultivation only, but other technology as well, so that we can see the impact in the near future. Thank you again. Because of the limited time, we should go to the next presenter. Thank you. Okay, so the next presenter is Mr. Imam Budi Hartono with the title Waste Reduction Strategy in Upstream through the Community Participation and Modernization of Waste Bank in Depok City. To Mr. Imam Budi Hartono, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Next slide. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Especially for Mr. Muhammad Erza and Miss Natasha Putri and all of participants and presenter. Now I would like to present my paper two. Waste reduction strategy in upstream through community participation and modernization of Waste Bank in Depok City. This paper completed by Imam Budi Hartono, Khotib, Sidik Mulyono, Desi Widya Astuti. Let me present this article. Depok area of 200.29 square kilometers, land a population of 2,056,335 people in year 2020. The existing of Cipayung landfill occupies an area of 11.2 hectares, which is only able to accommodate waste capacity of 2,500,000 cubic meters, while the current volume of waste is about 3 million cubic meters. This study is hoped that the TPA Cipayung will not any longer be a final waste disposal site or landfill, but will be allowed only as a place for 15% of residual waste loading to TPA Cipayung. The waste handling in Depok City is conducted comprehensively from upstream, middle to downstream with the handling pattern. The Waste Bank is a strategy to build public awareness with its Tunde will become friend with waste to earn the direct economic and social benefit from good waste management. In its implementation, the existence of Waste Bank can reduce the volume of waste in the communities and in TPA as well. Method. The research use mixed method, which is a combination of qualitative and quantitative method. Quantitative were carried out by using a questionnaire survey method to 319 units of Waste Bank and 423 people in Depok City, while quantitative data collection and analysis, and then continues with quantitative data collection and analysis. Waste Bank questionnaire result. The corrected item total correlation value in Q6 and Q7 and Q8 are less than R table 0.113, so that this question item was invalid and there was no need to look at the reliability value. Key 6 origin, key 7 distribution, key 8 innovation. The coefficient of determination of necessary obtained is 0.822, which means the 82.2% of the independent variable affect the modernization of the Waste Bank. Partial test, there are two variables. The significant value of each independent variable with is smaller than 0.05, that's 0.4. One, infrastructure and socialization respectively to serve Waste Bank customer during COVID-19 pandemic. Two, socialization to the humanity is needed for the development of modernization of Waste Bank so that customer increase and waste can be reduced upstream. Waste Bank questionnaire result. The bar graph describes the number of Waste Bank in each sub-district of Depok City. Sukmajaya and Cimanggis are the sub-district that have the most Waste Bank and that often carry out socialization of 3R activity compared. Waste budget evolution. From 2015 to 2019, waste management and cleanness improve landfill and treatment. Next slide. Waste management policy 2021 collaborating with a community that cares about waste, making waste management techniques and educating. Reprocessing waste into valuable functional product paving block. B, processing of organic waste by method maggot, Fermi, composting, and ecoenzyme. C, the economic empowerment of residents in managing the environment is by establishing a waste bank cooperative and saving with used cooking oil. de-processing plastic waste with Mason digital platform provision. Next. The Depok City government also takes various approaches in handling and processing community-based waste management. Organic waste can be used as superior products such as some compost, wood pellets, etc. Non-organic waste to result will be managed into handicraft or the new cooking oil industry, the result of which can be sold to the public, government, or third parties. Conclusion. It is hoped the Cipayung landfill will not any longer be a final waste disposal site or landfill, but will be allowed only as a place for 15% of residual waste loading to Cipayung. A, giving incentive to existing human resource. B, in increasing human resource. C, establishing waste bank in each area. D, increasing the performance of the waste bank, the process organic. E, development of waste processing application that have economic value in mid of the COVID-19 pandemic. G, the government is gradually reducing the budget for the Cipayung landfill to be transferred to the community. F, to increase the success of waste handling upstream, the Depok City government took the village fund or provides additional stimulus fund to waste bank. Reference as written below. That's all about my presentation. Thank you for listening. I would like to apologize if there is any mistake. I hope this presentation has given us new insight. Thank you once again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Imam Budi, for the compact presentation. It was very clear and interesting. So I see two questions here. I mean, two people raised their hands. So I see the first one who raised her hands is no names, but with the Komisi Nasional Pendidikan DKI Jakarta, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Erza. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yes, this is the awesome presentation, I think, because innovation technology is not, is it a origin? Yeah? I want to ask about during the COVID-19 pandemic, is the number of waste bank customer in Depok City decreasing? I mean more than your research, yeah? And what strategies are used to increase the number of customer? Because I see the customer in just one complex, I think. And another concern, how to determine the sample size for your research? That's it. I think, Mr. Erza. Thank you. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the question. I think, Mr. Imam, you can answer the question directly.
Okay. Thank you. This is Dinar. The number of customer decreased during the COVID pandemic, but the West Bank has innovation in increasing the number of West Bank customers, one of which is to provide rewards in the form of gift for the most West depositors, while the government conduct socialization of waste sorting to the public. And for this research, the strategy given is one of them, technological intervention with no face-to-face delivery application in order to improve the community economy is being considered very important, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Question 2, research by conducting interview with West Bank and the community. For West Bank, we conducted interview with 317 West Bank units and 423 communities, 6 to 7 people for 63 sub-districts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we still have about 2 minutes. So I will let Mr. Ahmad Fitrianto to ask question to Mr. Imam, please.
Thank you, Mr. Erza. Pak Imam Budi, let me give one question, small thing. Depok landfill now already over capacity. If we putting municipal waste there continuously, it may causing a disaster. So handling waste in upstream will take a long time of years, while the waste production still continues every day. Can you explain about anticipation for this condition? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anto. Several scenarios for handling waste in Depok. One, waste management is upstream to community empowerment and waste bank at area level and budget policy intervention. Two, handling waste at Cipayung TPA with technology and collaboration with third parties who process existing waste. Some waste technologies such as waste tune into electricity, RDF, and etc. Three, dispose of the Lulut Nambu TPPIs through the province of West Java. TPPIs Nambu is a waste management site that stands on area of 15 hectares with a capacity of 1,000 tons of waste per day. It is intended for several areas, including Bogor City and Regency, Depok City, and South Tangerang City. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Yeah, unfortunately the time is up. So Mr. Wisnu Ivan Kusuma, you can write your question in the chat room so that Mr. Imam Budi can answer your question there. So it was very interesting. Thank you, Mr. Imam Budi. So we should move to the next presenter. The next presenter is supposed to be Mr. Deden Habibi Ali Al-Fatini with the title The Role of Space Technologies in the Dynamics of Indonesian National Resilience. But unfortunately, I think he is not with us now. Let me check first. Yeah, I think he's not here. So we go to the next presenter.
And
Recording in
increasing
progress.
trend of usage of fossil fuel. So this is also another driver for the government to cut back on fossil fuels and focus on renewable energy, and we'll come to that. As a vehicle transportation sector is one of the major contributors to this. So if you look at the history, the first post-independence after 1947, the first acknowledgement that air as a public good or a right for the citizens came in 1981. And from there, the litigations and judicial involvement has encouraged more cases or litigations towards the air pollution from vehicles and industries. Now, this actually caught on and it led to India's, the government's attempt at acknowledging the increase of vehicular emissions. And during 97 Kyoto Protocol, there was a consensus that was formed, which talked about the burden sharing of the countries with common but differentiated responsibilities. Now, this was something that was the policymakers' main concern. because the developed countries who were responsible for a larger portion of emissions were not willing to share the cost. So after 97, there has been somewhat streamlining of climate action. And after liberalization 91, India saw quite a few number of initiatives towards reduction of emissions, especially in 2003 with the auto fuel policy, which put in stringent regulations for fuel and vehicles. So it is a Euro equivalent, that is Bharat stage. It has been updated systematically. And then infrastructure-oriented policies had come after 2005, which focused on the lack of infrastructure, especially in transport sector and public transport. And also it saw the introduction of National Urban Transport Policy, which was the first transport policy document. And that came in 2006. So that's almost 60, 70 years of independence. And after that, there was a major shift towards electric mobility policies. So here we can see that the government have added the National Electric Mobility Mission Plan, which provided incentives, mostly fiscal incentives to augment the supply and demand. And also in 2015, we saw the climate agreement at Paris Summit. And the government also established an air quality index for the urban areas in the country so that real-time information is given to the citizens. Now, these are the major policies on emission reduction the government has taken. So I will not be explaining everything, but we'll come to the major points in the coming slides. Now, from the study, the major drivers have been identified as 4. The first one is increasing air pollution and the international factors, that is the UNFCCC and SDGs, and energy security concern for the country because of the rising crude oil import bills and the fluctuating prices, as we discussed. And also there is the geopolitical stress and the sustainable transport. Where the higher rate of urbanization has led to more congestion in the cities and emissions from the transport sector. Now, if you look at policymakers' point of view, there are 3 major issues or the challenges that we face, which is common for most third world countries. The first is there is a stakeholder agenda plurality that implies that there are different stakeholders with varying power who has the ability to influence the policy decision. For example, there is an automobile manufacturers and oil refiners lobby who push against green mobility. And there are some policies which conflict with their area of interest. For example, National Urban Transport Policy, which reduces car usage, and Automotive Mission Plan, which want to improve the car usage in the country. And the second is a cost. High cost of sustainable mobility is a big issue, and especially when smaller cities doesn't even have proper public transport. So what happens, the higher cost leads to the higher increase in fare, and it actually reduces the usage of common people who are dependent on it. And if you look at institutional framework, fragmentation, so that is a major issue because there is lack of communication among the institutional departments, and there is lack of horizontal coordination among parallel departments such as public transport operators, IPT operators, and ride-sharing operators, and also vertically between different levels, finance department, urban planning authority, and public transport operators. Now, mostly it is a top-down approach. What happens with respect to transportation, the order of command come from top, and to the bottom there is no feedback from bottom. So there is a conflict of interest, and there is overlaps of functions of agencies and jurisdictions, and it makes it more difficult to assess the issues and assess the challenges and the investment value out of that. So to conclude, to come to a conclusion, we can say that most of the policy targets were not met. For example, electric vehicles or hydrogen fuel, but it gave some kind of momentum and it made these terms into the mainstream vocabulary. And there is a lack of legal mandate for implementation. There is no penalty for not implementing some policies. And there is a delay that has been systematic. There has been delays in most of the policies that we have seen. And of course, as we mentioned before, there is a lack of bottom-up approach to understand individualistic preferences. And delegation of responsibility is still not clear and delineated, and there is a need to clarify that. And there is a lack of follow-up on implementation. The central government doesn't have much control on the outcome of the sustainable transport projects. So I would recommend an individualistic user perspective and demand, which needs to go into the public policy making and to effectively implement it. And now there is the wicked problem of stakeholder agenda plurality, and it should be optimized by fair negotiation and measuring the issues that the losers face during policy implementation. And there is a proper cost benefit analysis of the policy impacts, and compensation needs to be in the form of fiscal and non-fiscal forms so that it is flexible. And institutional integration through a unified Metropolitan Transport Authority for cities and systematic streamlined communication among the relevant departments, vertically and horizontally, regarding the information not only during the implementation, but starting from planning and till the implementation stage is required, so that we can ensure that the policies are implemented effectively. Yeah, these are some of my references, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sarath. So please, anyone has any question? We have a few minutes. We can accommodate some questions. May I ask you a question regarding the India case, as you addressed in your presentation? So do you think that centralized policy will work in India, or state policies, state by state, as a case? What do you think about this point?
Yes, centralized policies are needed for a direction, for a generalized direction towards which we are going. But state-wise policies are mandatory to ensure implementation is being done properly. So what happened in some of the cases was there was national policy, but some of the state ignored it, and there was no mandate for that. So there needs to be state-wise policies, and of course, urban local body level policies also. So we need in 3 tiers.
Yeah, so the main guideline for the states, and then each state can handle their own situation within the guidelines. Yes.
Yes, according to their preferences and resources.
Yeah, and situation. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your kind contribution. Now we shift to the 5th presentation by Professor Denis Wara. The presentation titled Building and Land Configuration for Affordable Rental Housing, Microclimate and Thermal Comfort Simulation in Jakarta. Yes, please, Professor Denis Wara.
Excuse me, Dr. Wallet. The next presenter confirmed that he couldn't present his research because some problem, and we can continue to the next presenter.
Okay. So, we will see. Hopefully that he can join us by the end of the session. So in this scenario, we are going to shift to the 6th presentation. In fact, I'm going to present this presentation on the behalf of my professor, Professor Wael Rifai. So let me just have a quick introduction about him. So let me just share this presentation. So I would like to introduce the main author of the coming presentation by Professor Wael Rifai. So Professor Wael Rifai is a former Chancellor of the University of Technology in Baghdad. Nowadays, he's a visiting professor to the University of Philadelphia and in Jordan. He has long track in designing, implementing sustainable solution for building residential buildings. So let me start with his recorded presentation. He insisted to do the presentation himself. I'm a co-author in this paper. The paper entitled "The Impact of Nanocarbon on the Compressive Strength of Nano-Cement Mortar of Ferro-Cement Micro-Reinforced Concrete Used for Civil Construction." So if you excuse me, I'm going to play the video that he recorded himself. He likes to join the conference and to contribute. So let me just play the video. Let's see. Yeah. Okay.
Cement mortar of ferro-cement or micro-reinforced concrete used for civil engineering.
I'm sorry, Dr. Wallet. Your video hasn't shown up yet.
So let me just stop. You didn't see the shared screen?
No, there is not some video, but that's your folder in your screen. And you, I suggest you to open the video first, and you can share the screen.
Yeah, so now the video is opened already. And then I'm the screen. So now is it shown?
Yeah, it's shown.
Yeah, I have no idea what happened.
Okay, you just play it.
Able to see the shared screen, yeah. So can I play the video right now?
Sure.
Okay, thank you so much for your kind feedback. Yeah, let me start.
Sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Pardon me again, Dr. Wallet. But
Yeah.
the video has not sound.
Has no sound?
Yeah.
I believe there is supposed to be a setting to let the played video possible in the setting of the Zoom itself for computer, no, not from the mic.
I'm sorry, but I suggest you when you share the video, you can click the chosen the audio. You can click the audio before you start the share screen.
Okay, so let me see. Yeah, okay. Yes, thank you. I believe so. Yeah, this is the point. Okay. I hope that now you can hear the sound of the recorded video.
Nanotechnology is the latest development
Thank you.
in the world of construction industry. Demand for high-performance concrete or cement mortar has increased in recent decades due to the demands of contemporary construction. In order to obtain a high performance of building materials, scientists have used many methods and techniques and are constantly evolving, and the latest of these techniques is nanotechnology. The present research examines the mechanical properties of nanocement mortar, which can lead to improvement in ferrocement to be used in the green building system. 105 nanocement mortar cubes, 50 millimeter, were cast, cured, and tested for compressive strength as the major way to describe the properties of hardened concrete. The mortar mixed was cement to sand ratio of 1:2. The main parameter was the ratio of nanocarbon, 0.5, 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, and 3, to be mixed with cement mortar paste. 4% of super plasticizer was used in the present work to maintain equal workability for all mixtures without changing the water ratio. A structural system based on generic services facilities was introduced by Arrifai, and prefabricated ferrocement cavity walls and roofs within the proposed system present a series of possibilities for the solution of building construction at maximum reduction of the electrical energy. Ferrocement is recognized as a composite material of great potential made of cement, sand, mortar, and layers of very fine steel wire mesh. Ferrocement is a kind of thin reinforced concrete with great potential made of cement, sand, mortar, and reinforced with layers of wire mesh with skeletal reinforcement. Ferrocement is an excellent construction material due to its mechanical properties and low cost, and it is considered to possess a high cracking strength. Cement mortar is a material used in construction of ferrocement, which is cement composite materials made up of Portland cement, sand, water, and sometimes admixture. The material was found wide applications because of high tensile strength, imperviousness to water, and the crack-free performance. The relationship between several elements, such as building materials of natural and manufactured building materials, and renewable energy sources and energy sources depleted, should be determined. Nanotechnology is the latest development in the world of construction industry. Nanotechnology is science, engineering, and technology conducted at the nanoscale, which is about 1 to 100 nanometers. Demand for high-performance concrete has been increased in recent decades due to the demands to achieve the targets of economic efficiency and performance, and to find an alternative or renewable resources to achieve alternative environmentally friendly facilities, green facilities. Nanomaterial has been used extensively worldwide to improve the properties of constructional material due to many advantages that can be achieved. The materials used, as I have mentioned before, is cement, aggregate, water, and super plasticizer. Of course, sometimes super plasticizer, but I prefer to use super plasticizer for the purpose of construction. And carbon. As it was mentioned earlier that the main parameter was the ratio of nanocarbon, 0.5, 1, 1.5 to 2.5 and 3, to be added to the cement mortar mixture. Figure 1 show the typical carbon fiber used in the present investigation. Mixing process was carried out according to ASTM C192, C192M O2, ASTM 109 / C109M O2. After preparing the component ratios of each mixture, the dry materials were mixed manually until homogeneity is obtained. Then water was added and mixing is carried out until it reaches homogeneity, in which 70% of mixing water is added. With super plasticizer and mixing the mortar for 2 to 5 minutes, then adding the remaining part of water and putting the mortar on 2 layers, each is 25 millimeter depth. Then compaction was carried out using 10 millimeter diameter steel rod by 32 strikes in 4 cycles. Each cycle is made up of 8 strikes. Repeating the process after putting the second layer. As it was stated that the compressive strength is the major way to describe the properties of hardened concrete, the tests were carried out according to ASTM C109-87. It may be noted that the curing period for all specimens considered in the present investigation was 21 days. It may be noted that the final value of each mixture is the average of the recorded values of 5 specimens. The compressive strength was calculated from the relationship of F equal to P over A, where F is the compressive strength and not Newton per millimeter square. P is the applied load, Newton area is the surface area, millimeter square. The measured values of compressive strength are plotted in figure 2. The following an empirical expression for determining the compressive strength. The comparison between the measured values and the values obtained using the proposed expression. 1. To estimate the value of compressive strength in terms of percentage nanocarbon is given in table 1. Conclusion. The compressive strength of nano-cement mortar, as developed in the present investigation, is higher than that of normal cement. The testing results showed that the compressive strength of nano-cement mortar measured at 21 curing days mixed with 1% of nanocarbon is the optimal values of compressive strength.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for this delay. The problem was from my side. If there's any question, I would be more than happy to answer you. I would prefer, if there's a long question, to shift after we finish the last, but I can accommodate any question. Thank you so much for listening and for your kind patience.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
A consequence of the fact that by comparing the plain cement mortar, which usually used in
Recording in progress.
As the conclusion, the purpose of implementing the provision for the use of the 0.5% final income tax policy is to provide a time for SME taxpayers to learn about bookkeeping, as well as the time for DGT to provide education for SME taxpayers facing the expiration of the period. DGT has implemented several programs to help SME prepare to enter the formal tax system, although they are not fully implemented optimally. There is no special plan or strategy prepared by the SME actually in preparing themselves for the formal tax system. However, it doesn't mean there are not things that SME have not prepared at all. Indirectly, the strategy carried out by the SME taxpayer are not only focused on transitioning to a formal tax system, but also planning for a business development itself. Both DGT and SME taxpayer have HR constraint, namely quantity and capacity, in addition to the constraint on initiative from both parties. And as a recommendation, SME community development, especially in each tax offices, and also we have the government have to evaluate the BDS program, especially at the tax office level. And the government need to develop simple bookkeeping integrated with tax reporting specialized for SME, which is there is not initiated yet for now. Okay, I think that is all my presentation. Looking forward for your comment and input. Thank you.
Okay, Mbak Neni, yeah. So at the moment, do we need to get tax from SME or just focus on the big fish?
Yeah, actually, regarding the huge amount of SME and easy to SME is easy to be taxed. Income, the taxable income is easier. I think we need to tax the SME, but now the government give kind of a tax incentive in exempting by giving the tax exemption for the SME by excluding 500 million as a non-taxable income. But yeah, I agree with you about the big company. It has to be chased actually. Therefore, our previous article about public disclosure is also can be implemented for the big company. Yeah, so many way to get higher tax revenue. Actually, either it is from the SME or the big company. But each sector has to be optimized, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Neni.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have last presenter, Pamakshi. Are you with us, Pamakshi?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, Pamakshi from which region?
India.
Okay, what time is it?
Oh, it's 4:10 p.m.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you have 10 minutes to present your presentation, and then after that we have a question and answer. So
Sure.
please prepare your presentation, Pamakshi.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, are you ready, Pamakshi?
Just a second. Put me in good. Okay, so
Okay, you can
yeah,
start.
we can start. Yeah. So good evening, everyone. I'm Amakshi, and I'll be talking about the Indian economic slowdown, causes and remedy, pre-COVID situation as well as post-COVID situation. So my paper gives insight into 2019 financial logjam, which has brought the India's GDP growth rate to 4.5% in 2019. That is the lowest since last 6 years. It compares both the situation before the pandemic as well as after pandemic. I will explain all the possible causes for the slowdown. Then the growth of the factors that are responsible, the growth of consumer good production, it had stopped. There was fall in the investment, the export was not performing well. The basic macroeconomic indicators, they were close to negative, if not negative. Then the industrial IIP index was -5%. The GST and the direct tax in nominal terms was 3.5%, which in real terms was close to zero. So overall, it was at its worst since, the power sector, which was not performing good, and it was at its worst since 28-29 years, with the electricity generation close to zero. So the crisis was combination of both cyclical and the structural ones. And then I'll be talking about the post-COVID situation. So I've divided my presentation into 4 parts. First, I'll be talking about the pre-COVID scenario, followed by the post-COVID, then with the policies that was passed by the government, and following which I have a few points of recommendation. So the pre-COVID situation now. The Indian economy, when compared with the rest of the world, was not performing good even before the COVID-19. The figure on the screen indicates that the GDP growth rate of India, in which we can see that how the curve is falling after 2017, which indicates that there was fall in the growth rate of India. Then what were the possible causes of the slowdown? First was the fall in the aggregate demand. Now there are a few parts within which constitutes the aggregate demand. One is the private final consumption expenditure. Now, as we know that, as indicated by Keynes, the main driver of economic downturn is deficient aggregate demand. At the point when the total demand decreases, business all through the economy see their business tumble off. So the private final consumption expenditure, which is a very important part of the aggregate demand, and you can see on the top right corner of the screen, the figure, the private final consumption expenditure, which contributes more than 50% to GDP, has also fallen. It recorded 5.8% in fiscal year 2020 from 8.1% in fiscal year 2019. Then another factor was that there was fall in the consumer confidence index, as shown in the bottom in the right hand side. The figure below shows that the consumer confidence index from 2014 to 2020, with blue line which indicates the current index and the pink line indicates the future index. So the consumer confidence index has been constantly falling, and that's why it has a very important effect on the fall in the aggregate demand. And the third factor is that the automobile sector, that was badly hit. So because of this, the year 2019, it had brought falling sales and piling inventories for the automobile sector. The clearance of Maruti Suzuki, which is one of the India's best car organization, has gone down from 14% to 2%. So India's motor vehicle dropped from 8.2% in January 2020, contrasted to an abatement of 2.1% in the earlier month. And you can see in the figure, the bottom in the left hand side. Then the second cause was the poor performance of export, and India is very much dependent on its export. So India's export was also not doing well, and not just because of oil, which forms the right hand side of the export, but also the other parts of export. The result was same, the low export growth. Even when we, even if we do not consider oil. And when we compare it with the years when our GDP was growing, then we see that in that period, our export was also growing at a steady rate. So it means that it was one of the factors which was behind the slowdown. And you can see in the figure, the blue line indicates the export as a percentage of GDP. Then the demonetization, the 2016 demonetization, after which the measure of speculation have fallen and there was a liquidity smash in the economy. And so we can see in the figure that the real GDP was declining before the implementation of demonetization, and then with its implementation it had made matter only worse. It had dropped from 7.5% to 7% and had been declining since and has not recovered yet. So the government initiative to gain in the long term costed the economy. Then the impact of GST. So after going through some of the data, it has been discovered that after the implementation of GST, there has been an increase in inflation in India in 2018 as compared to 2017. And inflation discourages demand. So the presentation of GST is one of the significant explanation of the logjam. Then the collapse of the NBFC. So in order to understand this, first we need to know what is NBFC. So NBFC is a non-banking financial corporations. They are much the same as bank, which awards loans to organization and individuals for further venture without for further venture. So NBFCs, they borrow short term and lend in the long term. So they also hold a very significant place in our economy in powering speculation. But tragically, things were not looking great when the issue started in 2019 with the collapse of the ILFS. So it defaulted on 1.2 lakh crore, which had a very bad impact on the investors. And the major cause behind the ILFS bankruptcy was that the decline in the credit rating. The rating declined directly from AAA to D bond. So, and if we look at the bond prices there, and the market was recognizing the market was able to recognize that the risk involved in the ILFS, but somehow the credit rating agency did not recognize it, and when they recognized it, it shook up the whole community because they directly rated the bond to D. So now all the people who invested in it by seeing the ratings of the rating agencies, they all took back their money. So that was the main reason of the collapse. Then the real estate slowdown. So beginning in the mid 2000s, some engineers, they have been very very keen in propelling new housing project on the assumption that the earners and the white collar class will need to live in better homes. But the vast majority of the public attention has normally been centered around the ventures that stay incomplete, as these have the most significant social outcomes. And the housing projects, they have hit the rural construction workers who were dependent on these, and now they are in the category of unemployed. Then the post-COVID scenario. So the Indian economy was in bad state when the rest of the world, like USA, was at the peak before COVID-19. So eventually the degree of impact will also be different. So the impact on the economy can be divided into two fronts, the microeconomic fronts and the macroeconomic fronts. So on the microeconomic fronts was the demand of essential, there was stockpiling of all the essential commodities, the electricity, diesel and petrol demand also had fallen down. Then the supply, the restrictions, because of the lockdown restrictions, the supply was affected, and the supply chains of the big companies was affected, and only the bare essential, they were allowed to produce only the bare essential. And then the individual expense. So as per Axis Capital Research, discretionary spending in India may take a hit of rupees 3.3 lakh crore per month. And then there was decline in the individual investment as individual investments as per CMI database. There was a 2% decline in new projects, which was announced in March. Then the market response, the panicked market was rushing for an exit, which is evident in the form of diving stock market. So microeconomic effect of the government policy as economic activity declines, and so will taxes leading to greater deficit. So direct taxes cannot be raised since profits and incomes have already badly hit, and indirect taxes will be inflationary, so which will further burden the poor and reduce the demand. So non-tax revenue too, it cannot be expected to contribute. That's why government is more relying on the GSEC, the government securities. Then on the macroeconomic front, the employment, I mean, with COVID-19, there has been complete lockdown in most of the nation, and it had caused loss of millions of jobs and salary cuts, which means that no income or low income, and therefore people will now demand less, which will have a very negative impact on the economy. The already fallen demand will fall more, causing recession all over the world. So according to the CMIE, the unemployment rate shot from 8.4% in March to 23.8% post-lockdown. Now, second is that trade. So trade was also affected. Now, it had affected the lives of those medium enterprises and small enterprises, which were very dependent on trade for their income and the livelihood.
Hello,
impacting the Yes.
We have 1 minute left.
Okay, so and impacting the lives of several daily wage and contractual laborers. Third is the inflation. The RBI has forecasted that there will be inflation in coming days. Then the travel industry was badly hitting. Then the growth rate, so value of stall projects has reached record high of around rupees 14 trillion till March 2020. So this further deteriorated the asset quality. The Prime Minister of India during COVID, he outlined a 20 lakh crore stimulus package, which was accompanied with large-scale structural reforms, which is known by the name Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, these are the few recommendations that I have given. One is the job creation is very important, and there are sectors which do have the potential to absorb more manpower. Then the export must be boosted. Then the government can. Then the government can now, I mean, there is need of a solidarity tax where people all around the world can come together and help the unprivileged and the poor. So because the indirect tax to GDP is among the lowest in the world, and the direct tax is also low, so no wonder only 3 to 4% of the population actually pays income tax here. And the last one can be the government can resort to unconventional fiscal policy, where instead of increasing the G factor, the government can reduce the T factor for a certain period of time. And this can be useful to bring back the economy to a better state. Then this government can control the rising unemployment due to pandemic by implementing the Germany's Kurzarbeit program, where instead of laying off the workers, you are reducing the workers. So at most, only 10% of the salary will be deducted. So this program can be helpful for in the times of crisis. And then there should be a thorough audit of the financial health of the NBFCs. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Pamakshi. Is there any question or comment for Pamakshi from Indonesia? Yeah, our guest from India. Probably there are questions or comment from Indonesia. Okay. Michelle, you have do you want to ask? Because Pamakshi come from far away from India. Okay, yeah. Pamakshi, regarding the in money data release, India is part of the emerging market. And then the impact of pandemic affecting the decline of the trend of the emerging. So what was the specific intervention from the government to what do you say, to make Indian economy recover?
Okay, you can complete. Yeah, you can complete.
So what was the Modi? Yeah, we talk about Modi. The specific intervention regarding this the slowdown of economy.
Yeah, so the first and the foremost was the Atmanirbhar policy, Atmanirbhar Bharat, which means self-reliant Bharat. So it is not of a protectionist policy or an isolation kind of policy, but it's more of a self-reliant India. So for that, the government has given a stimulus of rupees 20 crore package, 20 lakh crore package, where it is meant for most of the structural reforms. Like the major factor is the creation of jobs. So more focus has been there. Then the agriculture sector, because India is an agriculture-based economy. So in order to take advantage of that, farm laws are passed recently. I mean, last year, the farm laws were passed, which will help in the private sector to enter the agriculture business market, and which will eventually, where farmers can sell their products at a right price. Because in times of COVID, when the farmers were not able to export, so they were badly affected. Then one of the major crises that India is facing after lockdown was the migrant crisis, because there was a sudden lockdown. So in order to give them food security, the poor people, the vulnerable, the One Nation, One Ration card scheme was passed, where any migrants using their ration card can avail food in any of the state or district located within India. So these were the few policies which were which were, I mean, the areas that were badly affected by the COVID. So these were the policies which were meant to basically improve their situation, the people who were affected by COVID. And there were also direct benefit transfers by the government.
Okay.
I would like to ask a little bit to Phamakshi. So hi, Phamakshi. My name is Michelle. Nice to meet you. So I would like to ask about, you mentioned before about self-relying India. How about like the self-relying India that as a policy that has been promoted by the government, right? So I want to ask you about the health sector self-reliance. I heard that India has produced their own PCR test kit and things like that. What do you think about that? And can you elaborate your country's major improvement on the health sector, especially during this pandemic?
Okay, so actually the thing is that India was already a very leading country when you see the areas of pharmaceuticals. So India is very ahead of many other countries in that sense. But the kind of hospitals needed for the people when COVID affected, so India was very back. I mean, India was at a very low position in that sense, because there were not enough hospitals to give accommodation to all the patients. So you can say that a lot of the Atmanirbhar policy, so it is also for the health sector. So many funds are devoted to building hospitals. So around 200 hospitals has been built, because in a very short span of time, then all the buildings which belong to the public, and there was chances that it can be converted into hospitals. So these steps has also been taken, and the COVID Shield and BharatNet. So these two are the vaccines that was and Covaxin. So Covaxin belongs to BharatNet only. So these two are the vaccines that was produced and have been exported to most of the country. However, there were debates that India has exported more vaccine and people here are starving for vaccines. But but I think that's also under control, because recently we reached that 100 crore vaccine. So I think most of the people are double vaccinated, and so so actually health sector health sector is a place where much reforms was needed, and COVID-19 has just risen that need. So that's the policies that should have been introduced 10 years back. It has been introduced right now just because of the COVID. So you can say.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't know if I've answered your question properly or not, but sorry.
Yes, you answered it properly. Thank you.
Yeah.
I hope.
Yeah, interesting discussion. Okay, for the sake of time, we have to finish this session. As the chair of the session, I would like to say thank you for every speaker for sharing the interesting topics, and then giving us insight regarding the many issues from economy, from politics, from legal aspect, and then the pandemic and so on. My session is over, and then I will give the time to co-chair Anissa. If you have any information, the time is yours. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Sharoni, for leading our session today very wonderfully. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are approaching the end of the parallel session. Before I close the session, I would, as behalf of the committee, I would like to express my I'm very sorry for the very long delay for the presentation that affect each one of your presentation. The respected session chair, presenters, and audience, we are honored to have you today. A very wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. On behalf of 2021 AUA and ISGS Academic Conference Committee, I would like to extend gratitude for your kind participation and support. See you on the second day of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Oke, ini udah bisa live ya, Mbak?
Yes,
Anissa.
everyone can live.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And everyone can also join the tomorrow session. So which will be start at 9 a.m. Western Indonesia time. So looking forward to meet you again tomorrow. Thank you and good afternoon.
Okay,
Thank
good
you.
afternoon, everybody.
Thank
See
you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main session of this event. Thank you very much for
Recording in progress.
Our organizing committee would like to extend our gratitude to all of you, our session chairs, our presenters, our co-chairs, and here still with us, our chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. Thank you, everyone. So I would like to give you some information about tomorrow's event. So IT, could you please? So tomorrow's event, we will have another 7 different parallel sessions for the parallel presentation 2 that will be started at 9 a.m. Western Indonesian time on October 27th. Yes, tomorrow. Please, for our presenters and our session chairs to be informed in our abstract booked and our event schedule book. And the next one is the parallel presentation session 3 that also will be held tomorrow on October 27, 2021. And it will be started at 12:30 Western Indonesian time. Tomorrow we will also have closing ceremony, and our closing ceremony will be held at 15:30 Western Indonesian time. We will have another exciting plenary sessions, and we will also have the closing ceremony as well as the conference awards announcement. So I hope we could see you all there tomorrow. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to extend appreciations and also gratitude to everyone that involved in this conference organizations, either directly or indirectly. And we hope everyone have a good time with us, and see you tomorrow at the 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Happy conferencing.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Victorina. See you tomorrow.
Jiwa manis Indonesia. Indonesia tidaklah suram si matahari. Awan putih terbang melayang. Indonesia